Hello guys, today we are going to be looking at the Netgate XG-1541. This is the best pfSense router that Netgate offers, and this right here will handle full 10 gigabit internet connections. This thing right here is basically a beast. I'm very excited to finally have it and get to work on it. So what this is it's basically a rebadged 1U Supermicro server, okay? And Netgate throws pfSense Plus on it. They do some tweaks to get you better performance. And this will be able to handle full 10 gigabit throughput. So before I get into all the specifications and stuff, I want to look at the box and unbox it. I don't want you guys just be staring at a box. So when you order this from Netgate, it will come in the original Supermicro box, and they'll throw a Netgate tape on there, okay? So this unit is a Supermicro SuperServer 5018D-FN4T. Okay, so this box, there's not really much to it. It basically is a white box that has Supermicro on all four sides. The box measures, let me measure it here for you guys, 25.5 by about 18.5 by about 6.5. So that's the dimensions of the box. And it's not a very heavy server. I mean, these servers, this particular one is purpose built from Supermicro as basically a networking appliance, which is exactly what a pfSense router is. So this Supermicro server makes a really great pfSense router, which is why Netgate chose it to be one of their Netgate appliances. Okay, so like I said, on the front you will have your Netgate tape. Now this unit is very expensive. This is Netgate's flagship product. Okay, this is the XG-1541, the best appliance that they have. Okay. This unit is mainly used in schools and businesses and government institutions, stuff like that, okay? So this unit starts out at a base price of $2,900, and that's without shipping and tax included. That's the base price. Now, I got this from a third party, okay? I bought this from a company out in Phoenix, Arizona. I was going to buy it directly from Netgate. However, Netgate really bumps the profit margin on this unit. This actual unit's about sub $1,000, usually anywhere from about $800 to $1,200 is what this unit's actually worth. And Netgate really upsells the price. The profit margin, I mean, it's highway robbery. So I was going to buy it directly from Netgate. However, I found somebody selling one. They had brand new in the box. It was a company that bought this as a spare router for some project or whatever for their business, and they actually didn't end up using it. So it basically sat in their warehouse for 2 years. They bought it back in 2020, and it just sat in their warehouse, and they're like, let's go ahead and sell it, get rid of it. And I picked it up for $1,200 with free shipping, which is awesome. So I basically got this unit for about $1,600 to $1,700 off, which is a big significant discount that really helps out, especially for me running this in a home, home lab / home business. Coughing out $3,000 on a base price is a bit steep. I would have done it had I had no other choice, but I was able to get my hands on this unit for much less, and that extra leeway in price allows me to be able to upgrade things in this, such as be able to buy the 4-port SFP Plus NIC card and put drives in it, upgrade the RAM, stuff like that. I have a lot more leeway to do that now, okay? I mean, just getting the 4-port expansion card from Netgate, they upsell on that, and you're talking like $1,000 for the card if you would have went through Netgate. I picked up a card for this for only $275. So another big, significant discount. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a look at the box. I'll show you guys all 4 sides, and we'll go ahead and unbox this unit. Then we'll get into the meat and potatoes and talk about all the specifications of the unit and everything else. Stay tuned in this video. We're going to cover a lot with this unit. Setting up the IPMI, getting into the IPMI and configuring it, updating the BIOS, seeing what changes Netgate made to the BIOS, messing with Supermicro's their update manager, which will allow you to export the BIOS as an XML file. There's a lot of stuff we're going to cover in this video, so stay. You want to stay around for this one. And I believe I'm the only one on YouTube that's ever made a video on the 1541. Not even Lawrence Systems has covered this unit yet, so you better believe it. I'm going to go over everything about this unit. We're going to go in depth, crack the hood on it. We're going to be applying upgrades. I'm going to be throwing in a 4-port SFP Plus card into it. I'm going to upgrade the RAM. I'm going to install 2 SATA SSD drives and put them in a ZFS mirror. We're going to add an additional fan. We're going to test the noise on this. We're going to also maybe apply low noise adapters on the fans. There's a lot of stuff we're going to cover in this video. So hopefully hopefully you didn't click off yet. Stay tuned. I'm very detailed about stuff. That's just how I always am. I don't want to miss anything. So you will notice that this Netgate tape has been cut open because the company that did buy it, the IT director opened it up and verified the unit, but he says it was never put into use. It's pretty much brand new. So like I said, on the top, you'll have your shipping label, Netgate tape, Supermicro. On the sides, and I did take pictures of this unit, so I'll probably be overlaying the pictures. But on the side, on this side, it'll just say SuperServer, and it's going to show the model, which I said this is basically a rebadged Supermicro 5018D-FN4T, and it'll show all your MAC addresses, and the MAC vendor in all these is Supermicro systems. And they're all Intel NICs, and on this side, like I said, it's just going to say Supermicro. Really not too much to it. On that side, again, says SuperServer. On the bottom, there's really nothing on the bottom except just a white cardboard box. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this unit open. I haven't opened this yet, so this is the moment I find out if I got screwed over or not, right? But I think we're all gonna. It's all gonna be good. So let's go ahead and open this. I'm so excited for this. When I say I'm going to do something, as far as my rack setup and stuff, I mean it. If I say I'm going to own X, Y, and Z, I'm going to own X, Y, and Z. So I'm very, very excited and happy that I own Netgate's XG-1541, their best pfSense router. This will do 10 gig internet all day long, which is this unit's extremely overkill for what I have and what I'll need for quite a while. But this right here is going to be the last router I'll ever have to buy, pretty much, for a very long time anyway. Okay, guys, we got her opened up, and I can't tell you how excited I am right now. This is really cool. So you can see this is very well packaged, and the styrofoam in this box comes from Supermicro. So Supermicro is a major server manufacturer, so you know they're going to package their shit right, okay? But pfSense also included some goodies in here, the people over at Netgate. So you got this nice foam protector. This unit ain't going to get damaged in shipping. I'm going to tell you that much right now. So I don't know how well you guys can see that on camera, but there the unit is housed. I mean, look at that. It's a beauty. Look at that, guys. I'm so excited. It's awesome. Oh my goodness. So excellently packaged. I mean, you can send this in the Supermicro box, which is what I believe Netgate does, and what this seller did as well. But you got your pfSense stickers, which I have plenty of those. Okay, I have plenty of Netgate's units. I have their SG-1000, and I have their SG-1100. My brother has the 3100. My friend had the SG-1000, the SG-1100, and now I believe it's the 6100 Max. So me, my family, and friends, we've all given Netgate plenty of business. I have loads of their stickers. I even have the old pfSense logo stickers. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys my SG-1000. This has been decommissioned for quite some time. So this right here, the SG-1000, I don't know how well that shows up on camera. This is basically the size of a credit card. And I know the feet, very sloppy installation there on the feet. But this thing, this has been decommed for years now. But that was my first Netgate appliance, was the SG-1000 there. And this is basically pfSense's Netgate's lowest end unit here. This will do about 50 to 100 meg internet connections. It's very underpowered because of its size, but it's very tiny. This thing's the size of a credit card. So there is the Netgate SG-1000. So I'm going from the beginner units all the way to the absolute flagship unit. I mean, look at that. So if Netgate's watching, I'm pretty sure they know who I am. Okay. So we got some stickers here. We got a Netgate manual that talks about your IPMI password. It's unique now for units shipped after 2020, which this unit was shipped to the original company in 2020. You got your styrofoam padding here on the bottom. You got a little pouch over here. This probably houses the power cable. So let me go ahead and pull this unit out of here. So there's the unit out of the packaging. They give me a little silicon packet because that's important. You got to have this on your router. Otherwise, your router will go bad. If you don't have a silicon packet, I'm gonna throw that back in the original box because it's in there for some reason. I think that's mostly to help keep moisture out. I think that's what those are for. So this unit, I can tell you right now, I can tell that this hasn't been used. It's very shiny. It looks brand freaking new. So awesome. Pure metal. Nice. Nice. So Netgate gives you a little paper here. I don't know how well you guys can see that. But they just tell you about, hey, where the IPMI password and stuff will be. They have a sticker that will tell you about it. And they have the links about telling you how to get into the IPMI. And this is dated February 26th of 2020. So that's all that is. You have a Netgate welcome sticker. And it just says, getting started, welcome to Netgate family. Well, I'm not new. I've been around a while now. Contact us. How do we do? Just a little Netgate pamphlet. You got some pfSense sticker. You have TNSR, which is their other platform, which will give you much higher throughput, but it's all command line based. It's more of like their advanced offerings. Sorry, that was zoomed in all the way, guys. I did not notice that. You have TNSR, and this appliance will run both pfSense Plus and TNSR. I have to say it slowly. If I say it too fast, I'll tongue twist it. And then you have a Netgate sticker. So just in case you guys didn't see that, there is that pamphlet there. And here's that little pamphlet that they give you, just in case you guys did not see that on camera. Okay, so that's what's included in the box. So I will readjust the camera angle. We're going to take a look at the front, the back, the size of this unit. We'll pop the hood on it. We'll do some first power on and see what she outputs and how loud she is out of the box. So yeah, we'll get right into it. I'm excited. This is so awesome. Okay, guys. So there is the front of the unit. Kind of hard to get a front view. I have to set this very back on the table, very far back. So this is a 1U rack unit, Supermicro server, that's basically been rebadged to be a Netgate pfSense appliance. This is their flagship appliance right here. So on the front, you have some LED lights. These are just indicators. So you have two hard drive activity lights, or actually no, these are these look like networking lights. You have hard drive activity lights. You have your UID light, reset button. You have your power button. You have your dedicated Supermicro IPMI. So this is your out of band management, and it will give you a KVM console. I believe this unit is new enough to have the HTML5 based KVM console. It's not using Java anymore. That's something we will look into. We will make sure. You have two USB 3.0 ports. I believe those are just 5 gig ports. You can see there's some cutouts here to where this unit may have originally, this chassis can be shared with different motherboards, so it'd have different networking configurations. So on the front, you have two 1 gig Intel Ethernet NICs, and these two 1 gig Ethernet NICs, I'm trying to see if I can look them up here. Yeah, these are Intel i350-AM2 based NICs, and then you have two 10 gig Intel Ethernet NICs that are driven from the SoC. Okay. Then you have a VGA port that will give you your display on setup. And then you have a PCI Express expansion slot right there. So you can add in your, so you can pretty much add any NIC that you want to add as well, which will be adding a 4-port SFP Plus card. And then newer units will have a Netgate sticker. Older units will have the old pfSense logo sticker. And on the front, you also have your IPMI credentials, your default credentials, I should say. You definitely would want to change those. So that's what the front looks like. We will, of course, get close-ups of the front later on, and I'll go in depth on that. On the side, you just have a little bit of ventilation, but other than that, it's pretty normal. You can take off these ears if you wanted to. I don't know why you'd want to. So on the back, that's what the back looks like. Just pure ventilation, and then you have your one power supply over there on the far right-hand corner. No redundant power supplies in this unit, but if you were going to buy this for a business, you definitely want to buy the HA pair, to where you get 2 of these units and you use CARP for your redundancy. My thumb over here is covering up a sticker that has the serial number for the unit. So that is what that gives you, is you also have a sticker with the serial number on the back. So on this side, like I said, mostly solid, but with a little bit of ventilation. So we'll go ahead and look at the bottom of the unit. Okay, so here is the bottom of the XG-1541. Over on the side over here, you just have the Supermicro sticker. It says model 505-2, part number sys-5018D-FN4T. Input is 100 to 240 volts, 60 to 50 hertz, 2.6 amps. So you just have the model of the actual Supermicro server itself. Then you have Netgate's sticker, okay? Now, the Netgate sticker says the model, which is the XG-1541. I covered up the serial number with a post-it note there. You have all your MAC addresses and the default password, which I should have also covered up. Over on this side, you have another Netgate sticker that will show your model, your serial number. The same information again, pretty much. Okay, the part I've been waiting for. Let's go ahead and pop the hood on this bad boy. Okay, guys, so here is inside of the unit. Okay, so there was 2 screws on this side, 2 screws on the other side, and then 1 screw in the back, and then the lid just lifts right off. I found better luck using a Phillips 2 to get those screws off. They're very tiny screws, so don't lose them. So let's go ahead and take a look at the inside. So over here we have our power supply. This is a 200 watt power supply from Supermicro. It's a PWS-203-1H. And like I said, this doesn't have redundant power supplies. So if you're going to use this in a business or corporate environment, I recommend you do 1 or 2 things, preferably both of these things. Buy a spare one of these power supplies. These are rarely available on Supermicro's e-store. You can pick them up. I think they're under $200. So definitely you want to get a spare one of these. And also do the HA configuration of this, where you buy 2 of these units and you have your redundancy with CARP. So if I was going to do this in a corporate or business environment, I'd probably do both of those things. I'd run this in HA and also have one of these spare power supplies on hand. Not that this is likely going to fail. I mean, usually power supplies for servers are much higher quality. So, but it's, best practice. So I'm not sure who made this particular power supply. It just says the model number. It's a switching power supply, of course, and it's auto sensing from 100 to 240 volts. 50 or 60 hertz. So, like I said, in my home lab, I'll be running 240 volts. So this power supply can take it. Made in China, revision 1.3, 80 plus gold, high pot okay. And I noticed Netgate did some really, really nice cable management here. As you guys can see, they did some really tidy work here. However, my second SATA power connector is stuck back in here. I guess Netgate figured you're not going to need it. Well, yeah, I'm going to need it because I'm going to be putting 2 SATA 2.5-inch SSDs in here and running them in a ZFS mirror. So I am going to need that. So I'm going to have to find a way to get this SATA power cable out of there. I'll have to cut all these zip ties and redo it. But I think this is Netgate's doing. I could be wrong. This could be how it came from factory from Supermicro. But if Netgate did this, please don't hide your second SATA cable. Since you guys now support ZFS, it's more likely people might want to do something like a ZFS mirror and have 2 drives. Yeah, I could have one of the drives be the M.2 and the other be the 2.5-inch drive, but I'd rather have 2 identical drives in there. So this does come with a M.2 drive in here, which you guys can probably barely see on camera. I'll get you guys a better angle of that later. But I'll be taking that M.2 drive out and installing my own drives. This does come with two 8 gig Micron modules, 16 gig here, and I'll give you guys the exact specifications on these modules here in a sec. We will be upgrading and replacing that as well. We'll be putting in 64 gig of ECC RAM. These are ECC modules, but we'll be upgrading it. Like I said, when I bought this from the seller, this was the base model as well for them. They bought the base model. But even with it being the base model, I saved like $1,700. So, you know, I have all that spare money to make this basically the top model of the 1541. You have a fan shroud here. And if it looks a little weird or offset, because I already did pull it out and take a look at it off cam. I'm not very impressed with this fan shroud. This would be me nitpicking Supermicro, because this is a Supermicro thing. This fan shroud lifts out, and this fan shroud, unlike a Dell PowerEdge or an HP ProLiant, you know, nice quality shrouds, this just feels like just a little thin, like a piece of paper, like cardboard. It's not plastic. This is like a little, just, if you guys can depict it, just a really thin shroud. So you gotta be careful with that. You don't want to rip it or tear it apart. But this shroud, if you don't have one or you need one, is a MCP-310-5051-0B. Okay? That's what that shroud is. And the configuration from Netgate is just one fan. This can support 2 fans and also a third for your NIC, which I do have the NIC fan as well. I ordered that from Supermicro's eStore, which I'll show you guys that later in the video. But they did just put one fan in here. So I guess Netgate feels, one fan is plenty enough airflow for this unit. So this fan, the fan that they put in here is a Supermicro fan-0065L4. And this is basically a Delta branded fan, which Delta makes good server fans. So this is a 40 mil, so it's a 40 by 40 by 28 mil fan. It's a 4-pin connector, so probably most likely PWM. And it goes up to 13,000 RPM, acoustic noise level of 52.5 decibels. The airflow rate is 23.1 CFM. Its current draw is 0.45 amps. And that's basically the specifications of this fan here. The NIC fan, if you plan on adding a NIC card in here, which I do, you're going to want to put in the Supermicro fan-0100L4. This is a NIDEC fan. It's a 40 by 40 by 28 mil fan. It spins up to 8,500 RPM, noise of 34 decibels, and has an airflow rate of 12 CFM and 0.12 amps. And I'll show you guys that fan later. We'll install it, but if you were curious about that. And you'll have to have the bracket as well, which I have that as well, and I'll tell you guys the exact models on all that. But the NIC fan, as you guys can see, spins a lot slower than this main fan. And we will maybe add a low noise adapter. We'll see how loud this system is. It only has this default base configuration. It only has one fan. Okay, so if you guys were curious about that, I believe I heard that the Netgate 1537 had one, and then the 1541 had 2. However, my 1541 only has 1, so I don't know. It should be sufficient. So that's what the fan is. Okay, so the SSD. I'm going to get you guys a camera angle on that SSD. So there is the SSD in this unit. It's kind of hidden away. under this PCI riser. So I'm going to tell you guys the model on this SSD. It is a Micron MTF DDAV 256 TDL, and it's a 256 gig M.2 SATA SSD, and it does use a TLC based NAND flash, so not using MLC based. It's rated up to 70 degrees Celsius, sustained write of 500 megabytes a second, and sustained read of 530 megabytes a second. So this is an enterprise grade drive from Micron, and that will have pfSense Plus on it. Like I said, I'll be pulling that out and putting in my own drives and doing a clean install and everything, and doing a ZFS mirror. But if you get the base model, that's what you'll get for storage. Okay, so how about the RAM? Well, if you get the base model comes with 16 gig of RAM. The RAM that they put in it appears to be Micron MTA 9A SF1G72PZ. These are 8 gig sticks, so I have 2 8 gig sticks. They put them in both the blue channels, so just utilizing that dual channel there. And these are 8 gig DIMMs, DDR4 2666 with cast latency timings of 19, and it's ECC registered DIMMs. Now the RAM I'm going to be putting in this will be 2400 with cast latency of 17, so it'll actually be faster RAM. And why I say that is because this SoC only supports, its memory controller only supports up to 2400. So this RAM right here is going to downclock to 2400 anyway and have that higher cast latency. So the RAM that I'm going to be putting in this is going to be more suited. So Netgate probably wasn't able to get 2400 DDR4 from Micron or whatever. I don't know why they'd put that faster RAM in here. Maybe it's what was available at the time. But like I said, I did extensive research on this before I bought this unit. The memory controller of the SoC only goes up to 2400. So putting any faster RAM in there, it will work. It'll just downclock the speed, and you'll end up having slightly higher cast latency as a result of that. So that's the RAM. So you also have a PCI Express times 16. I believe this is PCI Express 3. I'd have to look in the manual. Let me take a look here. Yes, one PCI Express 3.0 times 16 slot. And the M.2 slot on this, it is a PCI Express 3.0 times 4. M key 2242 and 2280 is the sizes the M.2 slot supports on this motherboard. So it can support both SATA and NVMe-based SSDs. Contrary to popular belief, Netgate seems to think you can't run NVMe-based drives. Well, Supermicro's actual specifications and manual says that M.2 socket is indeed PCI Express 3.0 times 4. So you probably have to go in the BIOS and enable that or whatever so it can use it as an NVMe-based SSD. But it supports both NVMe and SATA-based SSDs. So just another side note. Oh yeah, you have your BIOS battery over here, which we will replace later. So with all that said, I'm going to go ahead and put the fan shroud back on, put the cover on, and we'll plug it in and boot it, see how loud the unit is. I still have some parts coming, so I can't upgrade this unit yet. Still waiting on shipping. We had a big snowstorm here in the United States. So a lot of shipping and stuff was delayed. So we're playing catch up. I did get some items in from Supermicro, but I still have some other items on the way, such as the RAM and the SSDs and stuff. So what we'll do next is, like I said, we'll do the first power on, see what it's like out of the box. I'll see if I can go into the BIOS, back up the BIOS configuration, and then upgrade the BIOS and see what Netgate has changed in the BIOS, what changes they've made. I know one thing they're definitely going to change is the IPMI failover. So on these Supermicro systems, they have a setting to where if the dedicated IPMI port doesn't see a link, it will fail over to one of the LAN ports. You don't want that on a pfSense router. So I know that's one thing that definitely changed. They probably disabled hyperthreading. pfSense is more concerned about single core performance rather than overall threads and cores. So you can get slightly uptick in single core performance by disable hyperthreading for applications that don't need all them threads. So I'm betting some money on it. They probably disabled hyperthreading as well. But we'll go in, we'll see what changes they actually made. There is a cool utility from Supermicro called SUM that will allow you to back up your current BIOS configuration to an XML file. And then you can update the BIOS or reset the BIOS and export that to an XML file and do a diff. And you can see what changes Netgate has actually made to the BIOS. So I'm going to see if I can do that. That should be supported from Gen X9 and on Supermicro motherboards, and this has an X10 motherboard. This is the motherboard that's in this is an X10 STV-8C-TLN4F is the motherboard that this uses. So yeah, I'm rambling. So let me go ahead and put this fan shroud back on and this hood back on. Okay, so I have the fan shroud back on, got the cover back on. I didn't screw the cover all the way back on because, like I said, we're not fully done with it yet. So I'm going to go ahead and plug in power. I'll hook up VGA. This monitor supports DisplayPort, HDMI, VGA. When you have a Workbench monitor, you really want one that can support all types of inputs. So this is a really good monitor for that. I do have all the different display connectors right on hand, so we'll hook this up in the front with VGA. Oh, and that little container that was in the box, remember this, guys? Yeah, this had a bunch of stuff in it. So it had the power cable, which does look very short, but good thing this is just a standard power cable, so I can get the length that I need, right, when it goes in the rack. It came with several screws. It has screws for a hard drive, it has rack screws, but it doesn't have any cage nuts, but that's fine. I'll just use the ones that come with my server rack. And it just has several baggies of screws. So that's what came in that. Also just one little zip tie. But we do have a power cable, so we'll plug it in. We'll get hooked up to VGA. I'm not going to hook up networking or anything right now, but I do have an Ethernet cable where we can hook it up to the Workbench computer and be able to talk to the web GUI and stuff via that. So anyway, guys, let's go ahead and hook this up and get her started and see how loud she is. Now, when you first turn on any server, really, when you first turn it on, it ramps up the fan. So that's when it's mostly going to be its loudest, is when you first turn it on. But people want to know, how loud is this thing? Is this good for home use? Well, we'll find out here. I'm going to say it's quite overkill for home use, but if you want the best of the best, concerning pfSense, this is it right here. This is the best of the best for pfSense. The VGA port was kind of weird, but I did get it screwed in. Usually you can feel it going in. This one just a little weird, different. So I'm going to plug this in. I'm pretty sure right when I plug it in, it's probably going to boot right on. So we'll position the microphone accordingly for that. Plug it in. No noise. Okay, guys, so I plugged it in. No noise from it. Let's go ahead and press the power on button. So IPMI initializing. So on boot up, it's really not that loud. So I'm going to switch to camera audio right now. So now we are on camera audio. This is how loud this unit is on boot up. And that's just with that one fan. The hood is on. Not very loud. Let me go ahead and take the cover off. Maybe. That's with the cover off. So I'm back on regular audio. So let's go ahead and hear what it sounds like with the cover off. Not that loud at all. Like I said, this being in here, my freaking main circulation fan over there is louder. Okay, so on boot up, you get a Netgate splash screen. And Netgate probably just change the BIOS. You can do that when you go to flash a BIOS. You can specify a custom image to be the splash screen. There's pfSense booting right up. Look at that. And there it goes. Went back down. I'm going to put the hood back on. But here's what it sounds like with the fan revved down now. Not loud at all. I do notice that the text on the screen is slightly off the screen. I don't know if you guys can see that, how well you guys see it on camera. This is just a 1080p monitor, so hopefully Netgate knows about that and can fix that. But yeah, I can go in and have my monitor rescan and probably fix that. But by default, the text is cut off on the screen. Oh yeah, look at that. Text is cut off on the screen. Okay guys, let's take a look at this front again and go in more depth with the front of this unit. So we have some LED indicators right here. We have a hard drive activity light, and we have the power light. So that always lights up green, meaning the power is on. You can see the hard drive activity light blinks orange when there is hard drive activity on the unit. You have a reset button, which that just does a hard shutdown and reboot. And then you have your power button right here. So that's your power button. So power, reset, and you have your indicator LEDs. So this one right here, the I, that appears to be just an information LED. So it will light up, it will blink different times to indicate different scenarios. So if it's continuously on and red, that means an overheat condition has occurred. This may be caused by cable congestion. If it's blinking red 1 hertz, that means 1 time a second. That means there's a fan failure. Check for an inoperative fan. If it's blinking red at 0.25 hertz, so about a quarter of a second, that means a power failure. Check for a non-operational power supply. If it's solid blue, that means your local UID has been activated, which appears to only be available through the IPMI interface. So like on Dell PowerEdges and HP ProLiants, you have a button in the front and back that will activate a light in the front and back, so you can identify that unit in the rack when you have hundreds or thousands of these units. So this can also act as a UID light, but there's no buttons on this unit on the front or back that can turn that on. It appears you can only do that in the IPMI. Okay. The next one is indeed a networking indicator, which is kind of weird because normally you'd also have these on the NIC, but I guess maybe the NIC jack doesn't have them. I don't know. So this one right here, it indicates network activity on IGB1. which is the upper left port, which we'll show you guys later. And then this one, the next one over, indicates network activity on IGB 0, which is the lower left network port. So these two are your network indicator lights for those two 1 gig NICs. And then you have your hard drive activity light, self-explanatory. And then you have your power LED, which is also self-explanatory. Okay? So that's what those indicate right there. You also have intake ventilation. Okay, moving along. So right here, you have a dedicated IPMI port. This is Supermicro's full-fledged IPMI, which will give you a web GUI. We can log in. You can have remote KVM over the entire unit. It should now be HTML5 based, so we'll check that out later. Of course, we'll update the IPMI and the BIOS and everything. So this will connect to my management network. And then right here, you have two USB 3.0 ports. I believe these are just going to be your typical 5 gig ports. There's no USB 2.0 ports on this unit, however. As you can see, there's also cutouts to where this chassis can be used for different motherboard makes, or I should say models. Okay, let's talk about the onboard NICs, shall we? So this first top one right here, this is a 1 gig Intel NIC. This is going to be opt2, which is IGB1, okay? IGB1. And this one right here is IGB0. So IGB0, IGB1, these are 1 gig Intel ports. And let me see what they use here. So these use an Intel i350-AM2 chipset, okay? So those are very solid NICs on pfSense. These are just going to do 1 gig. And they're going to use the IGB driver, okay, from Intel. Now these two NICs over here, these are your 10 gig NICs. So you do have 10 gig on board. And I will note that this NIC right here will only do 10. Did I just see one blink? Oh, maybe I saw a light inside blink. Sorry. I thought that NIC blinked. Maybe I'm seeing things. I will point out that this NIC right here, yeah, it blinked. Did you see that? That might be, you know what that is? That might be IPMI failover. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. Although IPMI failover should not be enabled on this appliance. Anyway, I'm rambling again. These NICs, like these 1 gig ones, they'll support 10, 100, and 1 gig. They won't do 2.5 or 5, okay? So I will note that. So then you have your two 10 gig NICs. And let's see here. So this one's default configured WAN. This is IX0 and IX1. So IX0 on the bottom and IX1 on the top, okay? IX0, IX1. And these are 10 gig. They won't do 2.5 or 5, okay? And then, of course, you have a VGA port, so you can see video. This doesn't have any serial ports on it. It might have one on board via a header. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the motherboard manual and also do a deep inspection of the motherboard itself to see if it has a header for serial. It might have a header, because just because they don't offer it on your I/O panel doesn't mean that it's not available from a header. So it might be available from a header. I'd have to do some inspection and digging into that. So, but by default, no, this doesn't have a serial port available to you. So your only way to install stuff on this is either via IPMI or using VGA out to a monitor so you can see what you're doing. But yeah, that NIC is indeed blinking. Do you see that, guys? That top one. Why is that? Huh? Is that IPMI failover? Okay, so right here you do have a slot for a PCI Express card. And this will support, this is a PCI Express 3.0 times 16 slot. So you can throw in any NIC you want, SFP cards. I'm going to be throwing in a 4-port SFP Plus card, which I'll get you a specific model and everything else later on in the video. We'll install it. Okay. And then all the way over here on the corner, you have Netgate, just a Netgate sticker. Like I said, the older models had a pfSense sticker. And then you also, all the way on the right-hand side, you have a little sticker that shows you your default IPMI credentials. So that's just a detailed information on the front of this unit. Okay, so I'm going to hook up an Ethernet cable from the Workbench PC to the IX1 port, which is the top 10 gig port, which will be the default LAN port, which you can reassign the interfaces however you want. But I just want to log in the WebGUI on this, see what it's like out of the box. So let's go ahead and do that. So I go ahead and plug in a cable on that. So we got link. We have link. Is she going to work? So on my back of my Workbench PC, I see link. However, there we go. Now the network is lighting up on the pfSense. So now it's popping up network. So as you can see, it's just asking, hey, do you want to allow this network? Sure. So now we're going to talk to this. Now let me move this keyboard over here. So the default IP is going to be 192.168.0.1. At least it should be. We can look here in the NIC. Network sharing center. Properties. 192.168.1.1. Sorry. 192.168.1.1. Connection is not private. Proceed anyway. And there we go. As you guys can see, it says pfSense. However, I don't see it say pfSense Plus. Now this unit was from 2020, so it might not have the latest version. Maybe it doesn't have the new pfSense Plus branding. So use default credentials of admin pfSense, and as you guys can see, this is out of the box default credentials here. So it is like a brand new setup. Just do next, next, and we'll just keep it at the defaults here. I'll just do 8.8.8.8. This isn't connected. This is just to log in, see what it's like out of the box. Like I said, when I actually install the SSDs and everything else, when I have all the equipment here, we go on with the full installation. We're going to reinstall pfSense on this. We'll get the firmware from Netgate and everything with the latest pfSense version, and we'll take care of all that. So we'll just keep the defaults on that. Keep the defaults. We're using, let's see, America, Chicago. That's fine. WAN interface, DHCP, that's fine. Next. We'll keep the default subnet on LAN, admin. Once you change it, we don't care. Reload. Fan kicks up just slightly, but still stays relatively quiet. Check for updates and finish. So this is running, this isn't even running pfSense Plus. This is running 245. If I go to interface assignments, there's all of our NICs. All 3 C, E, C, E, F. So IX0, IX1, IGB0, IGB1. But yeah. So as you guys can see, pfSense is indeed running on the unit. It's not running pfSense Plus though. It's kind of odd. So just so you guys can hear how loud the unit is again, I'll switch to camera audio. And we switched back to our regular audio. That's how loud the unit is under normal operation with that one fan in there. Once I add in my SFP Plus card and add that additional fan, it will be a little bit louder. But I might even add the low noise adapter to also the fan that's currently in there as well. But yeah, anyway guys, that's where I'm going to wrap it up for right here. Once I have more stuff, more parts and stuff, and I'm ready to actually install pfSense on this box and get it all configured, we will continue. Okay guys, so we're back. What I did while we was gone was I went ahead and did a mem test 86 on the existing 16 gig of RAM that is in the system, and it did indeed pass. I also went into the IPMI and familiarized myself with the IPMI. The default credentials are on the front of the unit, and you'll plug a Ethernet cable into the dedicated IPMI port, and it will pull an IP from DHCP, and you can go into your DHCP server and fetch the IP address. Or when the system boots, it will say BMC IP address and give you the IP that it pulled from IPMI. And then you can get right into the IPMI interface. So I didn't think I went over the full specs of this unit, so I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so as you can see right here, we have the Netgate 1541. The base price is about $2,900. So this is the most powerful appliance from Netgate, is ideal for medium to large business data centers and server rooms. And also my home data center here. This unit is perfect for high throughput and mission critical deployments. Well, I certainly like mission critical. So it's a rack mount unit, expandable memory and storage, which we will be doing as well. The CPU supports ASNI. You can get a specific expansion card that will give you a quick assist technology. This is mainly for if you're going to be using this as a VPN appliance. It helps speed up the encryption, so you can offload it onto a hardware crypto card. What sucks about this is if you have this card, you won't be able to use a expansion card for your NIC. So it would be really cool if somebody could make a M.2 version of a crypto accelerator card. That'd be really cool because the M.2 slot in this is a PCI Express ×4. So I don't know how much bandwidth one of these needs, but that would be pretty cool to have one that's in an M.2 fashion. But network expandable, handles demanding IDS, IPS needs, high availability. This can also run Netgate's TNSR. Who's this for? Well, I think I'm kind of out of league here, but medium business, large business, and data center. And here's the real meat and potatoes. How does it perform? Well, there's iPerf and then there's IMIX. IMIX is a more real-world testing. It will throw various different streams at it to emulate real-world traffic. So this is going to be the harder one to pass. So with typical layer 3 forwarding, a typical NAT solution there, you get about 15 gigabit throughput. Okay, firewall with 10K ACL, 12.3 gig. So right there, this will be able to do 10 gig because any interface on this, you're going to be limited to the port, which is going to be 10 gig. Even when I throw in an expansion card, it's going to be a 10 gig card. So this right here is already going to do line rate. So excellent. Now IPsec VPN, you'll get about 1.7 gigabit per second throughput on that. So the tech specs, it's an 8-core Intel Xeon. We'll get into specifics on that. The base is a 500 gig M.2 SSD. Actually, mine is from 2020. I think they bumped the base to 500 gig. It used to be 250 gig. RAM, by default, they'll throw in 16 gig of RAM, expandable to 32 gig. However, we're going to put more than that in here. Network ports, you got 2 onboard 10 gig, 2 onboard 1 gig, both RJ45s. You can expand them with an expansion slot. So if you come over to the Netgear, the Netgate store, you'll see the base right here is $2,900. Okay, so that's excluding tax and shipping. So you're deep in this about $3,000. So if you want to go max, that's where they'll give you 32 gig of RAM, 500 gig storage, $3,200. If you want to do the RAID configuration, which will be 32 gig of RAM and 256 gig storage drives, you're looking at $3,700. And then if you want to add in a 4-port 10 gig card, like I'm going to do, $4,600. So I'm actually going to basically mimic the RAID one with a 4-port expansion card, but at much, much less. So I'm going to be saving thousands and thousands of dollars. See, if I would have did this right here, I would have been out. I mean, this is before tax and shipping, so I would have been out about $5,000. So this is going to have 64 gig of RAM. It's going to have 4-port 10 gig SFP Plus card in it. It's going to have 2 256 gig SATA SSDs and a ZFS mirror. It's going to have all that, but I didn't spend $5,000. So we're going to see how we can compare to Netgate here on that. So the CPU in it, it's a, I believe it's 2015. Yes, Q4 2015 CPU. This is actually a system on a chip. So it's actually soldered onto the motherboard using ball grid array, BGA. So this is an Intel D1541. It's a 14 nanometer CPU, 8 cores, 16 threads, base clock of 2.1 gigahertz, turbos up to 2.7 gigahertz. Has a layer 3 cache of 12 megabytes and a TDP of 45 watts. So pretty low TDP, but still a little bit of heat, especially in a 1U chassis. And as you can see right here, the memory controller can go up to 2400. So if you go any faster than that on your RAM, you're hurting yourself a little bit because it's just going to downclock. So it says it supports DDR4 and DDR3. So that's probably depending on what motherboard you have in it, what chipset you're running. And up to 120 gig of RAM, although it depends on what your motherboard chipset is. ECC, of course. And most importantly, it does support ASNI right here. Okay, that's most important. And if you're curious how this CPU performs, this is how it performs. Overall CPU bench of 10,145, single thread, 1697. So fairly decent CPU for a router. And this appliance here is actually a rebadged Supermicro 1U server. It's a SuperServer 5018D-FN4T, okay? And Netgate just, tunes it for running pfSense. And Supermicro did a good job with this series of servers because they put all the I/O in the front and they gave it plenty of networking capability, networking ports. So they pretty much tailored this server as being a networking appliance, okay? Which is why it makes an excellent pfSense router. And it's not very deep. It says less than 10 inches deep, which we'll measure it later and everything. But it's basically going to say the same information that you had over on Netgate, but in more detail. So I will, of course, include all this in the description if you want more information on this particular server. Okay, so since I went over the specifications, now we're going to talk about the upgrades in this unit, okay? So since where we left off is I ran a memtest 86 against the existing RAM, which was 2 8 gig Micron modules, and of course they passed, okay? And I'll show the overlay of that. The existing RAM passed. I went into the IPMI and poked around. The IPMI on this was already the latest version, and it is an HTML5 based console. So it does have the newer version of IPMI already on it. The BIOS was outdated by about 3 years. I believe it was like a 2019, 2020 BIOS. I updated the BIOS. Now, there's several ways to do this. I did it through the IPMI, and you have to have an out-of-band license to update the BIOS via the IPMI. So I went ahead and activated an out-of-band license for this unit. You can get the out-of-band license for about $27 over on Supermicro's e-store. They make it readily available. It's easy. You just buy it on the e-store. In about an hour, they send you a code. You generate your activation key, and then you pop it into your IPMI interface. It's pretty self-explanatory. I highly recommend it because with the out-of-band license, you can do a couple things, such as enable syslog in IPMI. You can update the BIOS via the IPMI, and you can run the sum utility. Okay, the sum utility will not work unless you have an out-of-band license. But once you have an out-of-band license, you can use the sum utility. You can use most of the features that sum offers. So you can export your existing BIOS to an XML. You can import a BIOS config via an XML. You can export DMI information, import DMI. It's very powerful. You can do a lot of things with it. So I highly recommend, for just $27, go ahead and get that out-of-band license and activate that. Okay. So I also checked the BIOS Netgate ships on this to see if they did any tuning. So I exported the Netgate. I exported the Netgate BIOS using the sum utility before I even updated the BIOS. I exported it to an XML, and then I did a factory reset on the BIOS, and then I did a diff, and there was no difference. So to make sure the utility is working, I went back in the BIOS. I made a simple change like the startup delay or whatever on the boot screen. Went back, export again, and what do you know? It showed up in the diff. So Netgate does not make any changes to the BIOS. They just run factory defaults. The only thing that has been changed is the splash screen will show Netgate's logo. Okay, but if you update the BIOS, no big deal. It'll wipe out that Netgate splash screen logo, and it'll start showing Supermicro's logo. It's really no big deal. Okay, so Netgate recommends you do not update the BIOS. But if you're going to do it, you want to keep the defaults. You want to preserve the SM BIOS. I made the mistake of unchecking that, Googling around, because when you update the BIOS, it gives you several options of different things you want to preserve, like the NVRAM and a bunch of really technical stuff. And SM BIOS was one of those. And some, Reddit or whatever said uncheck all those. And I unchecked the SM BIOS one. And what that will do is, if you don't preserve that, it will wipe out the make and model and the serial number of the unit. So when pfSense boots, this system will look like a white box server now. Like, it will not look like a 1541, and it will not report its serial number anymore. So it basically wipes out the DMI table, which the DMI table stores, like the make and model, the serial number, stuff like that. And it's able to present it to the operating system. So there is a way to change that or restore it. You can use the sum utility, which is what I did. I had to contact Netgate, get the DMI information, import it with the sum utility, and I was back to the races. The make and model was showing again. My serial number was showing. Everything was fixed. So let that be warned. If you go to update the BIOS, just keep the defaults. Make sure you preserve SM BIOS, okay? That was quite the adventure there. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the upgrades. That's pretty much all I did since we last stopped. Like I said, I did poke around the BIOS, look at it, update the BIOS, run a mem test against the RAM that's in there. So I did a couple things, but I didn't go too far. So the first thing I'm going to upgrade is going to be the RAM. So let's go ahead and get set up for that. Okay, so for the RAM, we have 4 sticks of 16 gig Samsung M393A2K40CB1-CRC. These were about $24 a pop. for a total with tax and shipping came around $105. So these are 16 gig DDR4, 2400 megahertz registered ECC RDIMMs. Their standard height and their cast latency of 17. So this right here is 64 gig of ECC RAM, and I got it all for $100. Okay, of course it's used, but that doesn't matter. We're gonna mem test it. I mem test all my systems, and 64 gig is pretty overkill for a router. Netgate by default will max the 1541 out at 32 gig of RAM. However, since this was relatively cheap, you know, RAM is cheap right now, getting 64 gig for $100, why not? Let's go overkill. Let's have some fun, right? And these will actually perform better than the RAM that's in there. The reason being, they're running at the native maximum frequency of the memory controller for the system on a chip, and they have lower cast latency. So these should actually perform better. So the existing RAM times 2 8 gig Micron 9ASF1G72PZ-2G6J1. They're about $30 a DIMM, so a total of $60 worth of RAM that's in the unit currently. And these are 8 gig DDR4 2666 megahertz registered ECC, so RDIMMs, standard height with a cast latency of 19. Okay, so the RAM that's in there right now, the only difference is its frequency is a little bit higher, so it's faster RAM. However, that RAM is going to downclock to 2400 anyway. And actually, out of the box, it runs at 2133. Not sure why, but out of the box, the RAM, even when you reset the BIOS and you keep it on auto, it downclocks to 2133. However, this unit should be able to support 2400. So just putting faster RAM in there, it doesn't matter. It's not going to go faster. It's just going to downclock. And the cast latency is 19. So we're going from a cast latency of 19 down to 17. Now, the existing RAM latency is about 31.232 nanoseconds. The RAM speed is about 11.6 gigabytes a second. And that was from memtest A6. So that's the latency and speed we have to meet or exceed. I think we're going to exceed it. But we'll find out. So let's go ahead and pop the hood off the 1541. Let's go ahead and pop in this new RAM. Okay, so the hood is popped off. We're going to take out these two existing RAM modules. And while I have these RAM modules out, it might be easier for me to get these my SATA power cable out of there because it's kind of stuck. Another thing is this does have serial on board on a header, and it's actually over here. So it's under these power cables. You have a serial console header in there. So this does have serial available as well. It also has USB 2.0 available via header as well. Okay, so all the RAM is currently removed right now. These are a little bit stiff, so got them all open. And I don't know if I can get this SATA data cable out of here. I do not like how they did this, but I'm going to try to get it out of here. how that runs. Okay, so I got my, I don't know how well you guys can see that. Let me back that camera out there. There we go. So I got my second SATA power cable out. I don't like that they include a Molex on this. This is Supermicro's doing. I could see why they didn't want it, because by default, when you route it, it's going to be behind that fan, which is so stupid. But I try to get as much as I can undone so I can have as much cable length as I can get. It might have to run, I don't know. Yeah, I don't like how they just shoved everything behind this this here. Looks like this power supply has an additional connector. It looks like a PCI. Looks like an 8-pin CPU connector. That's not used on this board. So, like I said, these power supplies, this chassis can be used for different motherboards, and just bad design. This has additional cables that this motherboard doesn't even use, basically. So they have to just shove it in here, which is kind of stupid. But yeah, I'll have to figure out this cable, how I'm going to route this cable. It has to be able to reach one of the SSDs. It could go across like that. I think that's what they're betting on, is you just run it across, but it's just so stupid. You don't want to run your cables across the freaking motherboard like that. That's so dumb. Horrible design by a Supermicro there. But yeah, this is already fully untangled. That's as far as it's going to go. But you got to be careful not to like pinch any of these wires or scrape them or anything too when you're doing it. But yeah. I digress. That's something I'm going to have to figure out here. Let's go ahead and put the RAM in. Because the RAM's, we'll have to work around the RAM. The RAM's going to have to be in there. But this will get re-zip tied. I got zip ties ready for that. It's not going to reach. Not like that at all. God, that's so stupid. They don't even make this cable really long enough to go all the way over to your freaking caddy. If you're supposed to properly cable route it, cable management, it won't reach if you do it properly. You have to go this way or across the motherboard to reach the damn. So what? I gotta get a freaking SATA power extension cable or some shit? Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. We'll just put that going that way for now. And it's bad enough they have to have the freaking Molex on there. I think that's for the big, 3.5-inch hard drives, but who wants to put something big spinning rust in this? You don't want to. So let's go ahead and install the RAM. So there we go. 64 gig of ECC RAM has been installed. Just like that. And I'll get you guys the existing RAM here in a second that I pulled out. Not sure what I'm going to do about that SATA power cable. That's asinine. I don't think they really expect people to use SATA SSDs in this, but they should know better. They should really know better. Bad design. But we'll figure that out. So next thing I want to do is I want to remove the existing SSD that's in here, the M.2 drive. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And it uses a relatively big Phillips screw on that, which is pretty interesting for an M.2 drive. Okay, so the M.2 drive has been removed. What next? I'm thinking BIOS battery. Okay, so I do this on all systems, whether I'm building a brand new one or working on a used one, because it's just a good practice to do when you're doing a brand new install or whatever on a system. If it's used, you don't know how long it's been sitting in a warehouse or, sitting idle and stuff. So it's always just a good practice to swap out the BIOS battery, especially when you're going to, factory reset the BIOS anyway. So I'm going to put a brand new battery in here. This just takes your typical CMOS battery that you put in any motherboard, so a CR2032. You will have to get the polarity right, however. So we'll note the polarity on the board here when we change the camera angle. So usually when you handle these batteries, you want to have some type of glove on, like nitrile gloves, because generally they don't like your finger oils on them. That can degrade the battery life. Not sure how true that is, but I have gloves on anyway, so should be good to go. So we'll go ahead and swap this CMOS battery out. So I'm not sure how well you guys can see that on camera. I tried to get as close as I could. The battery's right here. You can see the bottom of the battery is facing our way. So how this battery comes out remains to be seen. I haven't swapped out a battery where it's been in this type of orientation before, but it should be pretty self-explanatory. So let's go ahead and do it. There we go. So I found it easier. You take out that first slot of RAM, and you go from behind and do it. There's a little lever that sticks up. You pull it back towards you, and then you pull the battery out. It might have been a lot easier had I not had gloves on, or gloves that weren't as loose fitting like these. But there we go. BIOS battery has been changed out. Okay, so the next part we're going to have to cover is going to be the SSDs. This is going to be interesting because we have to get this cable situation sorted out. This cable situation right now, it's a joke. So yeah, we'll have to get that figured out, how that's going to work. But yeah, I'm not sure what they were thinking about this. I mean, this is a joke. So let me get this desk cleaned up, and I'll show you the parts that I picked out for the SSD, and also the brackets you're going to need. Okay, let's talk about the SSDs we're going to be installing into it. So these are times 240 gig Samsung PM893 2.5-inch SATA SSDs. These are enterprise grade SSDs, by the way. They're about $75 each, so we're looking at $160 total with tax and shipping. Read speed of 550 megabytes a second. Write speed of 380 megabytes per second. Read IOPS. Nope, let me re-say that. Read IOPS of 98,000. Write IOPS of 15,000. It is TLC-based NAND flash, so not using MLC, but still, since these are enterprise-grade SSDs, they have pretty good endurance. 438 terabytes written, or 1 daily write per day. I'll be running these in a ZFS mirror, and these have 2.5 times the endurance of the existing M.2 drive that was in this unit. So the existing SSD was a single 256 gig Micron MTF DDAV 256 TDL-1AW 1ZABYY. It was an M.2 based SATA SSD, and this is directly from Micron's datasheet for this SSD. It's a corporate and consumer. It's geared towards corporate and consumer PCs and notebooks. It's an end-of-life product now, so you can no longer buy it brand new unless people have old stock. And it's about 30-ish on eBay. And it has 530 megabytes per second read, 520 megabytes per second write, 58,000 read IOPS, 87,000 write IOPS. It is TLC based as well. However, the onboard SSD, which is right here, this was the SSD right there, only has 180 terabytes written endurance, which comes to about 0.4 daily writes per day. So this existing SSD isn't really enterprise grade. It's more of a prosumer drive. Has decent endurance, but these two Samsung enterprise SSDs are more, they have a lot more endurance, okay? So what we are throwing in here is indeed better. The only thing that these are worse at is the write speed and the write IOPS. So if write speed is important to you, the existing SSD is better in that regard. On a firewall, write speed is not really that important unless you are logging a lot or using like an IDS or something that's really like, hitting that SSD with, lots of writes. However, I will not have any local writing on this box. Everything will be going to a syslog server. So these drives are overkill for my application at hand. But they weren't that expensive. I mean, they were $75 a pop, so well worth it. These are definitely going to outlast the life of the firewall here. Okay, so in order to install these drives in here, you're going to have the hard drive caddy for it. So I'll give you guys the model of this. This is the MCP-220-00044-0N. This is the hard drive retention bracket for up to 2 times 2.5-inch hard drives or SSDs. And can't remember what the cost was for that was, but I'll overlay it. It was relatively inexpensive. And these brackets, these hard drive brackets, cages, whatever you want to call them, these are readily available over on Supermicro's eStore, which is where I bought this. So I'm not sure how this is going to install in here. It looks like there's a bunch of holes on the bottom of the unit where you can poke through from the bottom and mount this. So that's just going to be something that we're just going to have to find out. So let's go ahead and see if we can attempt to install this caddy and these drives into the 1541. So you have two baggies. One looks like it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 screws, and the other one has 4 screws. So the one with 4 screws is going to be obviously going to be the one that will screw the caddy in. And it looks like the smart way to do it is you put the screws, you screw in from the bottom up. Because obviously if you go the other way, if you have a screw sticking out the bottom, I mean, that's stupid. So it's kind of self-explanatory there. That's just using a little bit of IQ there to figure that out. So we got 4 screws right here. They'll screw up from the bottom. And this has a nice little template on it to where it can show you like the outline. So I'm going to go ahead and figure that out here. I will say this. It might be easier to put the SSDs in the caddy first, screw them in, and then screw the caddy on, because it might be hard to get a screwdriver past this ledge to screw them down. So I'm going to go ahead and install the SSDs into the caddy first and secure them. There we go. The hard drives have been successfully installed into the caddy. It's nice that Supermicro included all the screws you're going to need. I'm glad they thought that part out. Now let's secure the caddy onto the main server chassis here. This is going to be fun. So this is going to prove a little tricky. It's probably best to have the server going straight up and down vertically to get better grip on that. I'm going to try to figure this out. Might be something I have to try to do off camera. So I don't know how well that picked up on camera, guys, but that is how you do it. You have to stand it up on its back rear end, hold on to this hard drive caddy, get it aligned, and then screw in from the bottom going up. You'll see on the hard drive caddy right there, guys, see it? The screws come up, they lock in. And that this caddy is now secured. The fun part is getting both the SATA power and SATA data to it, okay? And getting that hooked up. But yeah, we got the caddy installed now. Excellent. So the fun part is going to be figuring out how to get the both the SATA data and power over there in cable manage. We also have to install a fan, okay, because I'm going to be installing a NIC in here. So It'd probably be wise to get the fan put in there first. That way we have everything we have to route around taken care of, if that makes sense. But yeah, and of course when you put these your SSDs in there, you want to make sure that the connector end's facing out. I mean, self-explanatory, right? But we're making progress slowly by surely. Okay, so I might have to flip the SSDs upside down because I don't know if you guys see my little dilemma here. But if you have it label side up, the polarity of these will be sticking up like that. So I have to, I won't take the caddy all the way out, but I'll unscrew the SSDs and flip them upside down so I can get that figured out. Now, as expected, can't get my screwdriver in there, so I have to find a tinier screwdriver so I can get access to the damn caddy, them damn cages. Fuck. Nope, don't have a screwdriver small enough to reach it. And if Supermicro was smart in the back chassis, they would have left a hole to where you can put your screwdriver through it and be able to unscrew these. But they weren't smart enough to think that out, were they? No, they weren't. So I have to take this caddy back out of here, swap the damn SSDs, put the damn thing back in. You could tell I'm getting fucking frustrated. I'm frustrated about the damn fucking cables. I'm frustrated about the damn fucking caddy. This is Supermicro for you. This is why Supermicro is the cheapest. A lot of people buy Supermicro servers and data centers because they're the cheapest. You know, Dell PowerEdges, HP ProLiants, those are considered premiums. You know, those are premium servers. Supermicro, on the other hand, cheap. That's just how they've always been. So, yeah. I'm going to do that off camera because I'm frustrated. Okay, guys. I'm beyond fucking frustrated and annoyed. So I took that entire hard drive caddy back out, switched the SSDs upside down, and what do you know? They won't screw in because the screw holes on the SSDs don't line up in that orientation. So the only way they can go in there is with the label side up, which is the correct polarity. So Supermicro didn't think to adjust the caddy depth or whatever, the height of the screw holes to account for flipping the SSDs upside down, right? So Supermicro wants you to have the power cable, the SATA power cable. I don't know how well you guys can depict that on camera, but they designed this to where they want you to have the coming upward to where you're putting the fucking hood on, you're fighting with it. Horrible design. That's what I call piss poor. That is awful. So, yeah, if I was going to put two SSDs in this, I would probably go with the two slim ones and not the dual caddy. The dual caddy, horrible design. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. I'm sorry, I call a spade a spade. This is supposed to be a $3,000 base unit. Supermicro should be ashamed of themselves for not designing stuff the right way. And this is why Supermicro is considered they're cheap. We already know that. Supermicro is the cheap server brand. So, yeah, this is awful. Another thing that's awful. So the SATA connectors here, if you go to put a cable on, the cable is going to go out this way. So if you put a cable on, it's going to go out this way instead of going out towards your drives. So this motherboard wasn't really designed for this chassis that it's in. It's awful. So they expect you to go like this, go around the fans, and then go to the drive, right? But look at this. You don't really want this stuff going over your RAM and, interacting with your fan, blocking your airflow and stuff. I mean, it's awful. Don't expect any cable management on this unit. The cable management is just awful. And in order to get my SATA cable back, because it's a locking one, I had to take the PCI Express riser card out just so I can get access to them. So in an ideal world, Supermicro would have reversed these SATA power connectors so they can go downwards, or maybe to where they go straight out. That'd be even smarter. And they would have flipped these SATA connectors around so they can be edge connectors. So you can have them going like that. And ideally, you would want to move these fan headers, maybe move these SATA connectors over to the edge, move the fan connectors right here. That would be thinking logically and smart, but they don't think logically and smart. So if you do take a cable going that way, you're going to be blocking your fan header. So you have to use a straight one going up and then going over, okay? Another thing to note when you're hooking up SATA drives, this one right here is muxed with the M.2 socket, okay? And I don't know how well you guys can see that on camera. I'm not paying attention to the camera. Yeah. So this orange one is shared with the M.2. So if you have an M.2 drive in here, that SATA port gets turned off. So when you're hooking up drives, just note of that, okay? But yeah, I have to find adequate SATA cables to use on this because I have right angle ones and I have straightaways, but the straightaway ones are really long. I mean, these ones here are already way too long. I need just short, straightaway SATA connectors. And then as far as this, I don't know. I'm going to have to clean this up, zip tie the hell out of it, reorganize it, reroute it. But how they want this one to go is they want you to go through here, zip tie it to this fan header here, and you want to keep it, you don't want this stuff right up against the freaking motherboard, you know? I mean, that's going to cause a lot of that could cause interference and stuff. I mean, it's not thought out very well. And if I was them, I would have ditched putting 3.5 in this chassis and just made it a 2.5 inch only chassis. Dropped these fucking ancient ass Molex connectors and had one cable that had two SATA data or SATA power connectors on the end. That's what they should have done. Instead, running two separate cables, they should have had the cable have two SATA powers at the end and design it in a way to where it will go in nicely and not be sticking up. I mean, it's just, I'm beyond frustrated because now I have to buy some more SATA cables and figure out how I'm going to do this. Figuring out, am I going to go and buy the two singles or just ride with the dual? I don't. I'm so disappointed with Supermicro. I'm pissed off. It's ridiculous. You're dealing with enterprise gear. It's supposed to be professional. It's supposed to not have this hacky shit. And then I have to clean up all this BS over here where they just shove this stuff under here. Ideally, this power supply wouldn't be as deep, so you'd have a little bit of room there, you know? But it's just, I'm going to have to do some stuff off camera to tidy it up, figure out the best route on how to handle these drives and these cable runs. But yeah, if you guys go to get one of these and you plan on putting in SATA drives, doing like a ZFS mirror like I'm going to do, this is the headaches you'll have to deal with, okay? I got to tuck this shit back under here, and you got to be careful not to bust off the front panel, the front panel LEDs and power button and everything. I mean, I'm just at a loss for words right now. So, I don't know what I'm going to do. But yeah, I'm going to end it right here, and we'll pick up later when either I have the new cables and I ran them, but we'll pick up later. Okay, guys, so we're back. I did a few things while we were gone. Firstly, I got a short straight-to-straight SATA cable. This is a 6-inch SATA cable. You probably could get shorter. About 4 or 5 inch would probably also work just fine. That's just a short SATA cable there with locking latches on both sides. So what I did while we were gone is basically I took the entire power supply out in order to get the wires back in. And let me tell you something about this power supply. It was a nightmare. If this power supply fails, it's something you probably don't want to have to deal with. So let me pop the hood off and explain what I had to do here. Okay, so this power supply has an 8-pin CPU connector that is not utilized by this motherboard that's in this unit. So it is an extra cable that's taking up space. And also my second SATA power cable was jammed under here as well. So we had all the power supply cables jammed under this front display. So they were very tight, zip tied, so it was hard to get to them. So what I had to do is cut the zip ties and pull the second SATA cable out. What I realized is if you run the SATA cable all the way over through the back and try to do it nicely and cable manage it, what happens is it ends up being a bit too short. You have to run it in front of the fan. And if you do that and you have the dual SATA caddy like I have, if I back out, if you have the dual SATA caddy, these SATA power cables were crappily designed. They should have used straight ones or ones facing downward, because what will happen is this second one will be sticking up and interfering with the hood, and it's a very bad design. So the way Netgate does it when you have dual SATA drives is they have two of the singles, and they run the second SATA power connector across the motherboard and pretty much under the expansion card. That's how crappy this is designed. Ideally, you don't want power cables and stuff going right over top of the motherboard, over the RAM, stuff like that. It's shitty. It's horrible. I mean, it could cause interference. Maybe not, because it's low voltage DC. You're talking 5 and 12 volts DC, but still, it wasn't thought out at all. This power supply is made for multiple models of motherboards and multiple models of chassis. And it's not designed particularly for this chassis in general, specifically, which is why it's poorly designed. So if you want to do a dual caddy like I have, it looks like what they're expecting you to do is get a Molex to SATA power adapter. And those adapters are pretty dodgy. I mean, they can be pretty dodgy. They can burn down your house, stuff like that. It's not something I want to risk. So what I decided to do, and I don't want to have to go and buy another single caddy and run the SATA power across the motherboard. I just feel, why bother? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run a single SATA drive, one of these single drives, have the second one still in the caddy, but just disconnected. And if this one ever fails, I have the other one right in the board. I can just easily swap over. Make sense? That's what I'm going to do. Basically, if you have this base model, don't even bother putting in dual SATA drives, because getting to the power and having to take that out is a nightmare. So let me explain what I had to do here. Just to get the 8-pin back under here, I had to take this power supply out and really tightly put these under this display connector. And it took me an hour or two to figure it out. It was cussing and everything. I had to do this off camera. It's very frustrating, very tedious work. So basically, I'm like, why did I even bother? Why did I even bother to put SATA drives in this? So I'm telling you right now, well, I would recommend if you have one of these units, don't even bother trying to get your second SATA power cable out here. Don't even bother messing with these cables. Leave it alone. I'm gonna recommend one of two things. Either keep the existing M.2 or upgrade the M.2 drive to a even higher endurance M.2 drive. Maybe some MLC base like a 970 Pro, even though that's discontinued now, or an enterprise grade M.2 drive. Or get yourself a single, really, really reliable 2.5-inch SATA drive. Like consumer line, like an 860 Pro, those are very reliable drives. They use MLC-based flash, something like that. I have a data center grade drive in here, and it actually has better endurance than the M.2 drive that was in here, so I am getting an endurance increase. Okay? So that's what I would do if you have one of these models. Just don't even bother trying to get power cables out of there. It's going to be a freaking nightmare to put back in there, and you're going to end up pinching wires, and you really don't want to keep bending these wires either, because they're small and fragile, and they can break inside, you know what I'm saying? And just don't bother, okay? Okay, so enough with that little rant. It pissed me off. I was very frustrated, but I figured out what I'm going to do. So I'm going to connect this drive down here. I have my SATA power right here. I have my SATA data, just a really short, because you're only going from right here to right over here, so you don't really need a long SATA cable. So I got that. What else I did off camera was I went ahead and did a MemTest 86 test against our 64 gig of ECC RAM. And that took nearly 18 hours to complete. So I saved you all that. And the RAM did pass, and they're all the same exact part number to the T. So the RAM passed. It did 4 passes, took about 18 hours. And you may be wondering, did we get a performance increase? Yes, since we have RAM that's properly clocked, we're not using faster RAM than the memory controller, we have lower cache latency. So we went from 19 down to 17, and we're running at the native 2400 megahertz, okay? Whereas the other RAM was like 2666, something like that, which was inappropriate for this board. It was unnecessary and actually gave you worse performance. So basically our RAM latency, the existing RAM was 31.2 nanoseconds, and our new RAM is 30.4 nanoseconds. So we gained about, or we lost about a nanosecond latency. Are we going to really tell that? Probably not, but still, our latency did improve. And our RAM speed went from 11.6 gigabytes per second to 12.1 gigabytes per second. So we also got a bandwidth increase because the native RAM was actually run at 2133 for whatever reason. This RAM is run at its native 2400. So our RAM did improve. So that did not bite me in the ass. A lot of stuff I've done with this system has bit me in the ass. Updating the BIOS, trying to add dual 2.5-inch drives and run a ZFS mirror, which is completely overkill for pfSense. But this is a server. You expect to do stuff like update the BIOS, update the RAM, put in, additional storage. This is a server, So this stuff isn't really out of the league for what this unit is. And this unit behaves more like a DIY box. It's finicky. And also, I tried to boot my Ventoy drive off of this. It worked before. It was able to boot via UEFI before, but now, after the BIOS update, for whatever reason, it does not want to detect Ventoy and boot it via UEFI. And yes, I've reset the BIOS and everything else, tried different USB ports. This thing is it's not sitting well with me. This is my first Supermicro server, and let me just say, I can see why Supermicro is considered bottom of the barrel cheap. I mean, that's why a lot of people buy Supermicro. They're cheap. You know, not everybody can afford to buy Dell Power Edges. You know, but anyway, I digress. So we tested the RAM. Of course, I overlay the results and show you the before and afters. But the existing RAM also passed MIM test 86 as well. So let's move on. We are going to finalize this drive. You know, I'll add the SATA power cable. I'll go ahead and get this. I already cable managed it. I cable managed the second SATA power cable. I put it over here out of the way because it's not needed. So I'll go ahead and connect this, and then I'm going to move on to the expansion card NIC that we're going to put in here. We're going to be putting in a 4-port 10 gig SFP Plus card, okay? So I will note, this has a nice twist in it here because of this riser in the way. Ideally, I'd want to use a lift, a 90-degree angle connector right here, but they put the fan headers right in front of the SATA connectors, so you can't do that, which it's a dumb design. So what I'd probably recommend just getting maybe an inch or two longer, so maybe like a 7 or 8 inch SATA cable, go around this way and then come up and over, so this isn't as tight. Yeah, this is really not ideal. It should still work, but I don't like that. But there we go. There is the SATA drive connected. I'll get you guys a close-up, show you what I'm talking about here. So I don't know how well you guys can see it on camera, but see how it has to do this bend, because this is one of them flat connectors. Most SATA cables are flat. There are SATA cables that you can get that have a round cable, so that might be more ideal, is to get one of them short round ones, or get a slightly longer one and go around the riser card. If you go shorter, you're still gonna have that sharp angle to it because of this has to go straight up. But yeah, it's a bad design. Ideally, the SATA connector should sit all the way at the edge of the board, and use a right angle, a 90-degree connector going that way. But they have the polarity of the SATA headers going this way. So if you use a 90-degree adapter, it's going to go this way. But it's just they didn't really think it out. Okay, they didn't really think this out very well for this chassis at all. So yeah. So now I'm going to show you guys the NIC, and we'll get on with that. For the NIC, I went with the Supermicro AOC-STG-I4S. The I is important. The I means this has an Intel-based Ethernet controller. There's also a B4S version, which will use a Broadcom-based Ethernet controller. So for pfSense, you're going to either want to use Intel or Chelsea. Okay? Chelsea mainly when you're doing 10 gig, you know what I'm saying? So for 10 gig, Intel or Chelsea. 1 gig, usually it's going to be Intel all day long. Okay? So this is Intel based. So this is a ×4 10 gigabit per second SFP Plus card. It uses the Intel XL710 BM1 controller. So this uses the same XL710 controller that Netgate sells for their expansion card for this server. Theirs is most likely going to be the Intel branded one, whereas this is a Supermicro branded card that's using the same Ethernet controller. So they should perform identical because they're using the same Ethernet controller. It's going to show up as the same and use the same driver and everything. It's just not the Intel branded one. So Netgate sells this for almost $1,000 if you're going to have the the proper fan and everything, which I have all that as well. So this was about $275 used. So about $300 total with shipping and tax. It's going to use the IXL based driver. So when you have this, it's going to show up as IXL in the interfaces page. Same as the one you're going to get from Netgate. However, this is a Supermicro one. And what is actually neat about me picking a Supermicro based card for this Supermicro 1U server is the front of it, which you probably can't see very well on camera because it's not focused, but the front of it has the same bracket look as the actual chassis. And my brother, he painted this bracket here. You just unscrew the bracket from the nick, pull it off. He painted it matte black with some spray paint, and it will pair up with this unit perfectly. It's gonna look pretty cool. So this actually has the same squares and everything as the actual chassis, so it's gonna match up better. It's gonna look like it was meant for the unit. Whereas if you get another card or Chelsea or what have you, it's gonna have a bracket that's not going to match up very well with this chassis. Granted, this will come silver, but paint it black. But that's just it'll look less like a DIY build and more like a professional unit. Just because this has the Supermicro base bracket, because this is a Supermicro card. You can probably see right there where it says Supermicro. So yeah. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and install this into the unit. When you also have this, you're going to want to have the additional 40 mil fan and also the fan brackets, which I will show you guys that here in a sec and get you the make and models of that. Those are readily available over on Supermicro's store. So if you guys can see the front of this unit, well, if you look at the front of the card, it basically has, I don't know how you guys can see that, the same look, okay? I just wanted to point that out. So let's go ahead and install it. So I'm trying to see how this thing goes on here. It looks like it just sits there and screws into place, but there's got to be a way that this locks on here. Because if I put it like that, that's not ideal. Because there's like a gap or whatever. But the screw line, it matches up, but it doesn't seem right. So maybe this card has to come out and this goes in between them. I'm not sure how this goes in there, but I'll figure it out. So yes, before you put the card in, you get it halfway in, and then that goes in between the card and everything. It slots in there, and it stays in place, then you can screw it on. So see, I figured it was wrong. I figured it was wrong doing it the way I was doing it before. But it should now be fully in there. And I have to say, it doesn't look too bad. The card is fully seated. Although it appears like it's not sat all the way. No, that went in there. Maybe. Most important thing, make sure the card is fully seated, which it is. This isn't fully flush, it doesn't look like. So maybe that doesn't go like that. Okay, so if you put a NIC in here, especially a Chelsea-based card, Those Chelseos run a lot hotter than Intel cards. You're definitely going to want to have the expansion fan put in. So this is a Supermicro 40mm fan. The model is fan-0100L4. Again, that is fan-0100L4, and it's $17.40. And this fan right here is very tiny. It's readily available over on Supermicro's eStore. And then the fan tray, you're going to need this as well, because it's not included in the chassis. This is a Supermicro fan tray for 40 by 28 millimeter fans. And the model is MCP-320-81302-0B. And this tray is $10.15. So 20, 30, you're looking $30, give or take there, after shipping and tax. So that's what that is. So now we got to figure out where this goes in the chassis. It probably goes right behind the neck, and how it bolts into place. So figuring that out is going to be a little fun here. Okay, guys, actually looking at this on the other side, there's a lever, and I think it goes behind this bracket to hold this bracket from going inward. Yeah, this still isn't right, so I'm gonna revisit this, figure that out. That's how it goes. Knew it. Figured that out. So this is going to sit flush. This little thing has a little ledge. It's going to go behind the back of this bracket here and hold it up. So when you go to push stuff in, it's not going to cause this card to come out. So I actually fixed that. I figured that out. Okay, so figured that out. I mean, when you look at stuff, you can generally tell, that doesn't look right. That didn't look right. So I fixed that. Now it sits fully correct. Excellent. Now let's figure out how this fan tray goes in here and get that figured out. Right here. So it looks like it goes right here. I mean, there's holes on the bottom of the unit, and you could pretty much line them up. And you just find what screws it uses, and pop it in. Not sure what it uses. Might be able to tell from the other fan. Looks like it uses these little metal things. I think I see how this goes. This has a little post that will sit on top, and then you punch this little tiny nut up from the bottom and screw it. And this nut is just, it's weird. It's kind of a dumb design. It's probably better to take a screwdriver first and then punch holes through the two holes. Then you can run this nut and through it. So I apologize if that was out of the camera angle. So what you have to do is there's this little standoff and nut, which you're not going to see on camera. But basically you'll take a, fuck, I dropped that. I see where it went. This shit's very tiny too. You'll take a small screwdriver, and then from the top, pop the holes through this, because they have this plastic film. And then you'll be able to hold the standoff, push the nut up through, then you screw the standoff down. It's a very dumb design, but that's Supermicro for you. So I'm going to try to do that, and then we'll get the fan tray installed. Stupid. There we go, fan tray's installed. Very stupid design. So then the nut comes up from the bottom. There's a standoff. You screw it. Take some nil-nose pliers to tighten the standoff. However, you're not going to get it fully tight because you have to take your thumb or finger and hold that nut. Try to hold it still because the chassis ain't cut to where it will lock that nut into place so it won't spin. So that nut will just spin if you just tighten it from just the top. You got to hold on to that nut, apply pressure, which, you know, you're only going to do so good, right? It's a very shitty design. And this fan tray just sits on top of the standoffs. So they're just taking the hood to figure, oh, this isn't going to like fall out or whatever because the hood's going to stop it from fully coming out. But it's a terrible design. What do you expect from Supermicro, right? Not impressed with Supermicro. So it just goes like that. Pretty self-explanatory. The fan, you'll have to put the these little rubber grommets around 4 of the sides there. The fan will sit down in. You'll want to face it to where the label is going that way, because when on fans, air is always going to blow the direction of the label. So you want it to be sucking the air out the back, right? Pulling it through the card out the back. So it's going to go like that. And it will plug in right here at this fan header right there. I'll probably apply a low noise adapter on it from Noctua. You got to be careful. Those adapters are rated for 2.5 watts max. It's basically just an inline resistor. And this fan draws under that. and it's also a PWM. So, and Noctua said it should be compatible, so we'll do that. The low noise adapter is not compatible with the onboard fan that comes with this unit. This onboard fan spins a lot faster and uses more power, has more amperage, and it exceeds the rating of the Noctua's low noise adapters. So do not use Noctua's low noise adapters with the fan that comes with the unit. You're going to end up probably causing a fire. But it should work with this one right here, this particular model, which is a Nidec W40S112BMA5-57. It's a 12-volt, 0.12 amp, okay? So that's under 2.5 watts. To know the wattage of the fan, you just take the voltage, 12 times 0.2 or 0.12. You just take the voltage times the amps, and that will give you guys the wattage. And if it's under 2.5 and it's a 4-pin PWM, it should work, okay? There we go. Those are installed. They just self-explanatory. You're going to put on the front of the fan like the other one. Label facing out that way. It just fits right in there. Doesn't really, not much to it. You'll have to go around like this though. Plug it into the fan connector. I'll get a low noise adapter here for it. I think I got a little bit of little noise adapters, right? Let's just say I build a lot of computers and a lot of computers get knocked to a fan, so I got a lot of these low noise adapters. Also have a lot of the Y cables too. There we go. The rear fan has been installed. Don't know how well you guys can see that. The rear fan is installed. Applied the low noise adapter to it, and routed the stuff out of the way. So now, real question is, we'll turn it on. Well, I have to go into the we'll boot pfSense Plus. So I got a flash drive right here. We'll boot pfSense Plus. I'll make sure both of the fans are working. Make sure that one was working, of course, with the low noise adapter on it. We'll go into the IPMI and get it situated. I'm also going to hook it up to a kilowatt meter, which you guys can see over there. We'll get the power draw of this unit. So yeah, I'll show you guys the front, what it looks like with that new card installed. It's pretty cool. So guys, that's what it looks like in the front with our 10 gig card installed. And if I put the hood on it so you guys can get a better view of that without the light passing through it. That's what she looks like with the hood on her. So as you guys can see, this NIC blends in perfectly with the expansion bus there. So guys, I'll get you guys a close-up of that. So as you guys can see, we got our 10 gig SFP Plus card installed, and see how it matches up with the chassis. Beautiful. Beautiful. So according to the Netgate docs, this should be IXL01234. So going that way. So this will be my LAN management, and then my WAN will be IX0. Okay. So we'll get this unit plugged in. We'll get it plugged in, hooked up via IPMI. We'll log into IPMI on the computer, and we will get set up here. Okay, so I got it hooked up via IPMI. It's initializing and getting link right now, so it's still booting that up. Have it hooked up to a kilowatt meter. So let me see what the draw is right now. So with the unit powered off and the IPMI running, and that one dedicated NIC, it consumes roughly 9 watts of power, okay? So that's what it's drawing right now, completely off. About 9 watts of power. Okay? Yep, about 9 watts. It's hovering right around there. It fluctuates a little bit from like 8.6, 8.7 up to 9, peaking around 9. So we're going to go on the computer, and we are going to install pfSense. Now, what I did also off camera was, since we put in a brand new BIOS battery, CMOS battery, what you want to do is you want to go in there and set the date and time to be correct. It doesn't have to be dead accurate or anything. Have it within a few minutes, will be fine. But you don't want your date and time to be dramatically off, okay? Especially when this goes to install and everything, and put NTP, you know, when it syncs via NTP, it's going to bitch that the time difference is really drastic within like years. You don't want that. So the date and time will be reset, because when you swap out a BIOS battery, that's what happens. But before you do that, I recommend you go and load optimize defaults. That will factory reset the BIOS. And even though replacing the battery does that, it's just a good practice to do that as well. So do that first. Load optimize defaults, restart, go back in the BIOS, and set the date and time. To enter the BIOS on this unit, when it's displaying the splash screen, what you'll do is you're going to tap the delete key to go into the BIOS. That will get you in the BIOS, okay? When it's displaying the splash screen, it'll show like, hey, press these buttons or whatever. That's when you hit delete. You tap delete. To display the temporary boot device order, say you want to temporarily boot a specific device, you tap F11 for that. Okay, so to get a boot prompt, F11. To do PXE booting or PXE network-based options, it's F12. Okay, so that's the buttons to do that. By default, when this ships from Netgate, they configure the IPMI to dedicated. That's what you want. But if you have one of these units, one of these Supermicro servers that's not from Netgate, you'll want to go into the BIOS settings and configure the IPMI to be dedicated. That's the main thing you want to do. What will happen is, if the dedicated IPMI port doesn't see a link, it will fail over to one of these other NICs, which that's a big problem with pfSense, okay? So you'll plug in Ethernet cable to the dedicated IPMI port. That's the one separate, all by itself, you know, right on top of the 2 USB ports. Plug that into your management network. It will, by default, it's configured via DHCP. It'll pull down a DHCP IP address. You can go into your DHCP server and look at the DHCP leases and figure out the what IP it pulled. It'll be using a Supermicro based MAC address. Or when this unit boots, it will show you in the right-hand corner, once it's pulled an IP from DHCP, what IP address it pulled. It'll say BMC. That means your baseboard management controller. It will show you the IP address that it pulled. Okay. So once you have that, you'll be able to just go to the IP address and log into the Supermicro IPMI. So what I'm going to do right now is we're going to go over to the computer. Okay, so we're on the computer. I already know the IP address that this is going to pull, so we'll just go to it. It's on my 1069 network. And this right here is the Supermicro IPMI. So by default, the password is going to be on the front of this sticker. Otherwise, the default password is admin, okay? The default username is capital, all caps admin. And then password is going to be what is on the front sticker or on the bottom of the unit. If it's an earlier unit, the default password should be capital admin or lowercase admin, okay? So that's how we'll go into that. Okay, so now we are into the IPMI for this unit. So right now the host is currently off, okay? Now in here you can do several things. You know, you can view the hardware information, the server health. You have a bunch of things you can do. Importantly, you want to click on networking. And in here, it'll show you the IP address pooled, the MAC address of the IPMI. But most important, see where it says LAN interface dedicate? That's what you want to stay on by default. And if you need to do special negotiations, you can force that here or whatever, but you don't need to. Fan mode, this is something else you want to check. You want to make sure this is set to optimal. With these units from Netgate, it appears they set that already, so that's good. But if you got one of these from Supermicro or whatever, you'll want to set this to optimal. That will just lower the fan speed. So they already did that. You can also come into miscellaneous, and you can add your out-of-band license, which, as you can see, this unit does have that added as well. It's like $27 over on Supermicro's eStore. Okay, so anyway, in here you can also update the BIOS under maintenance BIOS update, but you have to have an out-of-band license to do that. If you do update the BIOS, make sure that preserve SM BIOS is checked. That's very important. Otherwise, you'll wipe out your DMI information. But other than that, you know, pretty typical IPMI. You know, it's nothing too fancy. It's Supermicro's. I'm not really going to go into depth on it, but you can do various things. If you have an out-of-band license, you can syslog out to a syslog server. You know, of course, you can check fan speed, stuff like that. It's not going to show anything when the server's off, obviously. But what you want to do is you want to go over remote control and click on the IKVM/HTML5. And you tap right here. And this will get you your remote console. Okay? And this was already using the latest version of the IPMI firmware. So I didn't have to update the IPMI. The BIOS was outdated by about 3 years. It was like a 2019 version BIOS. Netgate recommends you do not update the BIOS. So, however, you can. Netgate didn't make any changes to the BIOS. I already did my due diligence on that and check that out. So unit's off right now. What I want to do is I want to click on the keyboard here, drag that down. I recommend having this keyboard up and clicking on this rather than tapping on the keyboard, just to ensure that your special function keys and stuff will actually register, okay, especially when you're trying to boot into the BIOS. So I recommend doing that. Okay, so I'm going to take a flash drive. You're going to want to go and get the pfSense Plus firmware. You just open up a support ticket. Just use the TAC Lite, the free version of TAC. Request firmware access. You give them the serial number and the Netgate ID of the unit, and they'll give you the latest version of pfSense Plus. And then you just use Etcher to write the image file onto a flash drive. I did try to boot via Ventoy and use my Ventoy drive. When Ventoy was booting on this server, it would boot pfSense. However, it failed to mount pfSense. You had like an error 19 or whatever. Not sure what the deal with that is. So if you try to boot via Ventoy, it does not work on this system. However, it does work on other systems. I pop it into this Workbench PC over here, this little Lenovo PC, and it boots pfSense from Ventoy just fine. So I don't know. This system is very, very finicky. It doesn't like stuff. So, but anyway, we'll just plug this into a USB port on the front of the unit, like so. So that's ready. The flash drive will light up because the USB ports are still powered when the unit is off. And now what we're going to do, we're going to click up here on Power Control, set power on. So now the unit is going to kick on momentarily. Both fans should now be working in the unit, so the unit should be a little bit louder. You'll see your BMC IP over here pops up. You're not going to press any buttons. I don't want to go in the BIOS. I want to do the temporary boot prompt, so that's going to be F11. So I'll hover my mouse over F11. Now, when this shows the other Supermicro logo, we'll tap F11. This may show the Netgate logo for you if you didn't update the BIOS. If you update the BIOS, it wipes out Netgate's splash screen. No big deal. Just show the Supermicro logo here on out. So see, it'll show your BMC IP when you first boot the unit, if you're curious, if you didn't know what it was. This unit doesn't take too long to boot, unlike PowerEdge's and HP Pro Alliance. They're more in-depth. They check a lot more stuff. You see how it says out-of-band data initialization? I have that because I have the out-of-band license. So when you see this screen right here, you're going to just keep clicking on F11, and that should give you a boot prompt pretty shortly here, if a server stops freaking out. And if you see the screen getting cut off, you just want to drag it out a little bit more. So you'll see UEFI. This is very important. It will also show BIOS options, but in the BIOS, I set to just show UEFI. So you're going to go down to whatever your USB drive is. You're going to select the first one that says UEFI. That's important. You want UEFI. So we'll just tap on that. Now it's going to boot pfSense Plus, as you guys can see right there. And once it boots, the server quiets down. Like I said, the loudest this unit's going to be is when it first boots on. But once it's fully booted into an operating system, those fans rev right down. The unit's pretty quiet. So I did hook up our SSD or SATA SSD in this unit, and the M.2 drive was pulled out. So we got our little copyright and trademark, because you know pfSense and Netgate's, they're really particular about their intellectual property and their trademarks. So we got installed Netgate pfSense Plus. We'll go ahead and hit enter on that, and we'll continue with the default key mapping, which is United States. I am in the US. If you're in UK, you might want to change it to UK's key mappings. It probably doesn't really matter that much because it's pretty similar. We'll just hit select. So we want auto ZFS. This unit has plenty of RAM, so you're going to want to use ZFS. I originally was wanting to do two SATA 2.5-inch drives in a ZFS mirror, but that didn't work out. So we're just going to use a single drive, okay? So we'll use guided root on ZFS. And this will show you, give you your ZFS-based options. So we have Stripe. That's just default with no redundancy. We can't do any of these other ones because we do not have additional drives. We only have one drive, so we'll just keep that at the default. And it does see our Samsung-based drive, which is ADA0, which that's what we want. That's perfect. You can rescan devices if it's not shown. Pool name, you can just keep that default. That's your Z pool name, pfSense, that's fine. Keep defaults. You can also encrypt. You can use ZFS's native encryption, which is pretty cool. However, whenever you boot your router, you're going to have to enter the encryption password in order to unlock the pool. So your pfSense will not boot unless you're by the unit and type in the password every time or go into IPMI and do it. So you probably don't want to set this by default. If you're in like a very, very, very critical environment or whatever, you know, like a hospital or medical, maybe you want to encrypt your router. Who knows? But that is an option. You can encrypt the drive. Okay, so maybe you want to keep, maybe your router configuration and stuff is, you know, confidential. You can go ahead and do that. Partition scheme. We'll tap on this. I want to set this to GPT UEFI, and it has that mouse cursor right in front of it. It doesn't want to capture our mouse for whatever reason. So, but yeah. So you want to put that on GPT UEFI. Okay. Swap size, keep default, mirror swap, nah, equip swap, nah. And then when you're done, you'll use your arrow keys and go all the way back up to the top and hit proceed with installation. And it's going to say, are you sure? Yes. We'll continue. And now it's going to wipe the drive. The hard drive activity light should be blinking on the unit, and it is. There we go. Now it's extracting. Now it's going to copy the files over to our SATA SSD. I noticed the hard drive light just blinks occasionally with a SATA SSD. It's not staying fully pegged. Okay, the installation is now finished. Before exiting installer, would you like to open a shell? No, we don't. And now installation of Netgate pfSense Plus is complete. Would you like to reboot into the install system now? I would, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and pull out our flash drive. It shouldn't be getting written to anymore. You notice it's going to say, hey, your SanDisk drive has, you know, popped out of there. So I'm just going to, oops. There we go. See reboot and shell. You just use your left and right arrow keys. So I'm going to go ahead and click reboot. Now the unit's going to safely shut down. It should. Actually, it says when finished, type exit to reboot. Now is the unit going to shut down? Well, I typed exit, but I did not reboot. Reboot, input, output error. Okay, so I'm just going to monitor the hard drive activity light, make sure the SSD is not getting written to right now. Doesn't look like it's being written to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to power control, click set power off. And that should see how it's going to safely shut down now. There we go. Okay, so the unit's fully off. Now what we're going to do, power control, set power on. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go into the BIOS now just to make sure that your onboard SSD is set on to the boot priority at the top of the boot list. So I'll hover over delete button. The delete key is what you're going to use to get into the BIOS. And I haven't cracked the hood on this, make sure both those fans are spinning, but I will here in a sec. So now you're going to tap the delete key a couple times. And here in a second, it will throw us into our BIOS. Like I said, I already reset the BIOS and updated the system date and time. Okay? Pretty self-explanatory how to do that. So once you're in the BIOS, the fans are read back down. You can see the date and time is correct. Our BIOS is the latest version. But yeah. Anyway, so you're going to go over to boot. You're going to go down. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go into here and update this boot order. So So you see UEFI hard disk, UEFI OS. You want this right here to be at the top, okay? So wait, how does that go up there? There we go. It's a little weird. You have to use the plus and minus keys. So see all the way at the top, we have UEFI hard disk, UEFI OS. That's important. We got UEFI CD. And you go in here and delete some of these. Not sure how. Delete boot option maybe. And it won't let you. Not sure how it will let you take this out of here. You have plus and minus to change where it's going to land, but I don't see a delete option. It says delete boot option, but does not show how to do that. You'll notice where I have boot mode select, I set that to specifically UEFI. You're going to want to do that before you move the boot order. But it's important you have UEFI hard disk, UEFI OS at the top. Okay? And then another thing you see over here, boot override, it has UEFI OS P4 Samsung. Okay? That's our Samsung drive. So we'll go in here and we'll hit save changes and reset. Yes. And now when the system reboots, it should, by default, boot us into our pfSense Plus. So let's see if it does that just out of the box without hesitating. So here's the billion-dollar question. Is it going to boot pfSense Plus from our SSD? We'll find out here very quickly. I'm paying attention to hard drive activity light as well. And hard drive activity light is indeed blinking. And it looks like it's booting. So first boot, it's not going to show as much as the second boot because it's firstly identifying itself. Another thing, we want to make sure that our new expansion card shows up as well. So we'll see here in a second. Hopefully it does. Once the system's fully booted, those fans will rev all the way down. It sounds a little bit louder with both the fans in there. Not sure if the second fan is running. I will check that. It does have the low noise adapter on it. I will check that here in a sec. First things first, get pfSense booted. Taking a little while on this part, but that's normal. That happened last time I installed pfSense Plus on this unit. Like I said, first boot, it's just familiarizing itself with all the interfaces and the RAM, setting the state table size. It's doing all that stuff, so just let it do its job. It's very normal. Very normal. There we go. Our pfSense is up. I do not see the other interfaces yet. Maybe they're not configured by default. So we'll have to check that with the interface assignments. So pfSense is installed. I'm going to go ahead and pop the hood, make sure that second fan is spinning. Okay, the second fan is indeed spinning, and the second fan pretty much appears to be pretty dead quiet. So most of the noise is still coming from that original fan. So that's pretty good. So what I'm going to do, minimize this. I'm going to look at what my interfaces are going to need to be, okay? For an X710 based, I want this port all the way over here. I want 0 to be my LAN port, okay? So that's going to be XL0, IXL0, sorry. I'm going to want 1 to be my management. That's IXL1. And then I want 6 to be my WAN. That's IX0. Okay, so I might need to get a little notepad or something. Here, let's just open up a notepad. Okay, so that's how the configuration is going to be. Okay, so we'll just put this over here to the side. We'll bring it back this up, and we're going to do number 1, assign interfaces. And hopefully this will show all of our ports, and it does. Excellent. So it does detect our 10 gig Supermicro card. Awesome. And also I need to screw this cover back on this unit, which I will do here in a sec. So we'll go ahead and go through this. Should VLANs be set up now? No, we're not doing VLANs. So enter the WAN interface name. So WAN is going to be IX0. Okay, so enter the WAN interface name, IX0. The LAN interface name is going to be IXL0. So optional interface, I don't really care for that right now, so we'll just hit enter. So right here, it's going to say that our WAN is going to be IX0 and our LAN is going to be IXL0. Do you want to proceed? Yes. One moment while the settings are reloading. And as you guys can see up here, Ethernet Intel Ethernet controller X710 for 10 gigabit Ethernet. It's taking a while to initialize them, huh? There we go. So now what we have to do is, since our LAN interface is SFP Plus, I'm going to have to use a little SFP Plus switch that's going to give me a handoff to Ethernet for the Workbench PC, because the Workbench PC has an Ethernet port. This will also test to see if my DAC cables from fs.com, which are Intel-coded FS DAC cables, direct attach copper, is going to work with and talk with MikroTik and be compatible with this card. So let's go ahead and set that up. Let me go ahead and pull the switch here and plug it in and get the DAC cable and see if we can get a link with this. How's that sound? Sounds good. Oh yeah, you guys may be wondering, what is the power usage right now while the unit is on, not doing much? Right now, it's pulling 37 watts. Okay? So, not consuming much power at all. About on par with what my HP Z220 small form factor pulls. So right now, guys, if you don't believe me, I'll put the camera on it later and show you guys. But right now, the kilowatt meter is showing 37.3 watts. I can probably look at my power factor here. Let's see if I can find my power factor. 60 hertz. Power factor is 92%. Excellent. Yep, 37.3 watts. That's what's pulling right now. Okay? If you guys were curious, which I know you guys are. A lot of people are going to ask that. And how loud is the unit? Well, I'll point my mic at it right now. That is with both fans running. Now I'm going to switch to the camera audio. We're on the camera audio right now. That is how loud the unit is with both fans installed and with pfSense fully booted. Not that loud at all. I probably wouldn't want this right next to my bed. However, in a basement, in a closet, in a rack, it's a very quiet 1U server. It's nothing like my HP ProLiant server. And I'm going to give you guys a headphone warning. If you're wearing headphones, this is going to get extremely loud. This is how loud an HP ProLiant is compared to this unit with camera audio. There we go. That's 10. Do you guys see the difference? Yeah. So, not very loud at all. Okay. So, I have a MikroTik switch right here. I got to plug it in. I'll get an Ethernet cable. And I will get my DAC cable. I'll tell you what DAC cable I got. It's just an Intel-coded 10 gig DAC cable from fs.com. So hopefully it will work. Okay, guys? So, not sure how well you guys can see. We got a MikroTik switch. It's plugged in, not hooked up yet. And here are the DAC cables. Not sure how well you guys can see those on camera. Just 10 gig DAC cables from fs.com. This is a 0.5 meter, 2 feet, 10 gig SFP Plus passive direct attached copper twin axe cable. Compatible brand IN for Intel. Or this is an Intel based card. The product number for this is 40142. Okay? That's a DAC cable. Just a 10 gig Intel based DAC. And this said it was compatible with the XL710 chipset. So hopefully it will work, right? So the part number is SFPP-PC005. Okay? And I have another one, which is slightly longer. This is going to be for the management network. This is a 1 meter, 3 feet 1, compatible brand, IN, Intel. ID, or part number, is 36692. Its part number, SFPP-PC01. Okay? So, first things first, we're going to, what's going to happen is we're going to lose link with the IPMI. So let me go ahead and exit out of the IPMI. And let me go ahead and sign out. It already signed me out. It's pretty normal on IPMI. And I'm going to go ahead and disconnect the Ethernet cable on the Workbench PC. And we're going to connect the Ethernet cable from the MikroTik to the Workbench PC. And does it show link? It does, and it is lighting up on the NIC as well. It shows the link. So next thing, connect the Ethernet cable to the Workbench PC and see if we can pull an IP from DHCP. find out pretty quickly. Are we going to pull an IP from DHCP? We'll find out. Hopefully. Let's see. So my MikroTik shows link for both connected cables. Properties. Do we have IP address? And we do. 192.168.1.101. So now we should be able to go into pfSense. And guess what, guys? It works. The DAC cable works. It talks to the Supermicro card we threw in there. And it is on the right interface. IXL0. Perfect. Awesome. 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 So default credentials will be admin and pfSense. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Just so you guys can see a close-up of how that's connected. As you guys can see, I have a MikroTik. It's basically just acting as a media converter right now because this little Workbench PC doesn't have an SFP Plus card in it, right? It's a little tiny microcomputer, right? So this is just basically converting this SFP Plus to Ethernet for me. And this DAC cable communicates to the MikroTik. This has the latest version of SwitchOS on it. And it talks. They're compatible. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so you're going to get the default configurator right here. We'll just hit next. Next. So in here, I'm going to configure a lot of this stuff later on. I'm going to match it up with my existing pfSense router. So domain, we'll put lan.gtxl.net. Primary DNS server 10.0.0.5. It's not going to be able to talk to it yet. Time servers 10.0.0.5. Jetstream is my NTP server. We're going to set this to America, New York. Hit next. Configure our WAN interface. We're going to keep that on default of DHCP. No DHCP host name. We don't want to block private or bogon. I don't want to block private because I want to be able to access my modem's web GUI. Don't want to block bogon. You can if you want. I don't really care for it. Now here's the important part. We got to configure our LAN interface. So 10.0.0.1 with a /23 subnet. Hit next. Here you can change your admin password. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Hit reload. And this will reload. However, you're going to lose network access. It's not going to reload. You know why? Because we changed our LAN IP. So what you got to do is you can either do an IP config, release renew, or you can just pull the Ethernet jack on the back, a couple seconds, and then give it a couple more seconds for pfSense to fully initialize. And then we'll plug this back in, and we should pull a 10. There we go. We should pull a 10 IP address. This obviously won't reload because it's changed. So we'll go down here, click on properties, and we should now pull a 10 IP address soon. Maybe. Has it pulled an IP address yet? Yes, it has. So 10.0.0.10. Okay. So now if we go 10.0.0.1, our LAN interface is on the right IP address. And now when we log in, it should send us to the dashboard. As you guys can see, boop, we are now on pfSense Plus. Excellent. Excellent. Beautiful. So what I'm going to go do is I'm going to grab my tablet, log into my existing pfSense router with the tablet, and I'm going to go through each one of these pages and match stuff up. What you could do is, of course, you could do backup and restore the XML configuration. However, since this is completely different hardware, different interfaces and stuff, I just want to do it all through the web GUI, just a fresh start. Okay? My existing pfSense router is fully up to date, so the menus and everything should match up. If you were to just restore the config that it has right now, it will have an interface mismatch and just have you specify what interfaces to make what. But I don't want to do it that way. I could do it that way. I don't want to do it that way. There are certain parts that I backed up and will import separately, such as all my DHCP mappings. I have that ready to go. Alias tables. So there are some things that I am going to restore from. But the entire config, no. I'm just going to go to each page on my existing router and just match everything up. Okay? So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to go grab my tablet. And we are going to match a bunch of this stuff up. Okay? Okay. So I went and got my tablet. We're going to go ahead and try to match some of this stuff up here. Find a good place to set the tablet. There we go. I think I got that sorted out. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to take care of the management interface, okay? So I'm going to go into here. We're going to click Assignments. And this is what you want. You don't want all those other interfaces in here. If you have all those other interfaces, what you can do is you can delete each one of them and just have the ones you need, okay? So I want my management interface to be the second port over from the right-hand side. So that is going to be, indeed, IXL1. So we can have IXL1 right there. We'll click Add, and that will make it opt1, but we'll rename it to MGMT, which will be management. So there we go. Our WAN interface is correct. IX0, that's our bottom 10 gig RJ45 port that's on board. Our LAN interface is IXL, which is the 10 gig card. That's the port all the way to the right. And then our opt1 management interface is the second port from the right. Let's save. Next thing I want to do is I want to go into these interfaces, each one of them, and just make sure everything's kosher on there. Okay. So if I go into my existing router, we have WAN, LAN, and management. Okay. And I click on interface groups. That's empty on the existing router. Wireless, you know, all this stuff. VLANs, I don't have any VLANs on this. There can be any VLANs. All these other ones should be empty, which they are. Cool. So first thing I want to do is I want to go to LAN interface and configure that. So that is enabled. WAN, DHCP. If you have a static IP address, say you're on a business line, you can change it to static, but we'll keep it DHCP. IPv6, I'm going to set to none because I don't care about IPv6. So disable that, especially if your ISP doesn't even have DHCP6 available. What's the use in having it configured? Keep trying to pull for an IP address over DHCP. There's no need for it. MTU, MSS, keep defaults. Speed duplex, we'll keep that on default. Auto select. We are going to do something here. We're going to do advanced configuration. We're going to click pfSense default for the timings. And for send options, we're going to change this. So let me go ahead and get that for you. So right here we have send DHCP lease time 86400. What this will do is it's going to request a longer lease from my ISP's DHCP server. So by default, CenturyLink hands out a 30-minute lease time, which isn't very long. It's going to constantly pull the DHCP server, and you are relying on the reliability of CenturyLink's DHCP server, which can go down sometimes. So for better reliability, especially if you're on DHCP, you want to try to get a longer lease, at least a day. But if you can go even higher, depending on how they have their DHCP server configured, they may allow much longer releases. So you can always ask for a longer release. You don't have to take the default release time. So I like to override that. Okay? Some people will throw in a supersede option. Don't do that. That's not the right way to do it. What that does is that tells your DH client to stay with this release time, even if the DHCP server doesn't approve of it. You're basically overriding it. No, you want to request a longer release from ISP and get whatever they're willing to give you maximum. And you may be surprised, a lot of them will accept longer releases. CenturyLink will accept this release time, and they have. So let's request a longer release from them. So protocol timings, you want to definitely click on pfSense default for that. Don't need a host name or any of that stuff. Okay, so WAN IX0, that is fully configured. We're getting our longer release. So our send option right here, send DHCP release time 86400. That's the way to do it. We don't want to block these. We'll hit save, apply. And that's all we're going to need from the WAN interface. And it'll take a little while because it's trying to pull an IP address from DH client, but it's not going to do it. I'm just scrolling through, making sure there's nothing else on this page. Nope. So the next thing to do is our LAN interface. Okay. Interface is a LAN enabled. So for LAN, we have static IPv4. It's always going to be static. IPv6, none. Speed and duplex, we'll just keep at default. And then, so for IP is 10.0.0.1/23. That is correct. And then, both of these are unchecked. That's right. Just make sure everything matches up. And it does. Okay. So let's save. The DHCP 6 server is active on this interface. Okay, so we're going to have to change that. We're going to disable and save. There we go. Then we're going to go back to interfaces LAN. Set that to none. Stack IPv4. Default 10.0.0.1/23. Save. The router advertisement server is active on this interface. Okay, where is that at? Right here. Disabled. Okay. So if you want to disable IPv6 on your LAN interface, you have to come through and disable both of these. Now let's see if we can do it. Is it going to let me now? LAN, IP4, auto negotiate, 10.0.0.1/23, save. Now is it going to take? Finally. Okay, there we go. Now we have our management interface. So by default, it's going to say opt1. We're going to change that. We're going to tap enable. This is on IXL1, which is correct. The XL1 is going to be... oh. Woo. The XL1 is going to be the 10 gig SFP Plus card. So I'm going to change this. I don't like it being opt1. I'm going to change that to MGMT for management. Enable it. Give it a stack IP4, no IPv6, default negotiate. And the default IP on this is going to be, let me see, docs.google.com. I'm going to pull up my network map here. Of course, I'm not signed in. I believe it is 10.69.05, yes. So it's 10.69.0.5. And it's a /24. Beautiful. So we got our management interface right here, MGMT, static IPv4, no IPv6. Default negotiate 10.69.05/24, no upstream gateway. We'll save, apply. Okay, there we go. So all of our interfaces have now been configured. So you see, enable interface, and they show up properly now. Beautiful. So now if I go to status interfaces, we'll see now that it is binding. Okay. Beautiful. And this is going to be normal. It's not hooked up to internet, so it can't pull an IP from DHCP. Whenever you change your router out, though, since your interface is going to be different, your NICs are going to be different, they're going to have different MAC addresses. So you're going to pull a different IP address from DHCP. If you're using DHCP, most are. You'll know if you're using static. So you can either, if you want to have the same IP address again, you can spoof the MAC on the WAN interface, or you can just pull a new IP. Some ISPs like Spectrum require you to release your existing lease before you can pull a new IP address from DHCP. So that's just something to note. You may have to release your existing lease first. Okay, let's continue. So first thing we're going to do, click on System, click Advanced. And I'm just going to go through here and match all this stuff up, okay? So if I see anything that's different, I'm going to match it up. Oracle HTTPS, TCP port 2, disable, force stable. Okay, I uncheck this. Disable logging and web configure successful logins. Disable web configure anti-log. I want to do that later. Disable DNS pre-binding checks. Alternative host names. So in here, you want to put your alternative host names. So there we go. Display page name first browser. Enable secure shell. Set the public key only. Enable that. Set your SSH port. Oops. Login protection 30201800. Serial. Don't care about that. We'll hit save on that. Okay. It's going to redirect me in 20 seconds. Okay. I believe that. I don't think it's going to do that, though. Okay. So all that is in check. We'll go to... oh, there it went. Oh, it had to generate the SSH. Okay. Firewall on that. We got to match this up. I did do some tweaks with how pfSense keeps states. We'll match this stuff up. So that's right. Normal. Timeouts. Some states. You can see we have a big state table. We have 64 gig of RAM, so. So you can make this much larger. We'll just keep it default. So VPN, I'm not using a VPN. Anything I change in here? All that looks the same. Bogons is kept at monthly, that's fine. Net reflections disabled, 2000, that's unchecked, that's unchecked. So state timeouts, here's some things that I changed. So TCP first is set to 30. 30. TCP open is 5. TCP established is 7200. TCP close 900. TCP fin wait is 60. And then all the rest appear to be default. 90, 30, 60, 30, 60, 20, 10, 60, 30, 60. Okay. So these are the timings I changed right here. Okay. So 35, 7200, and 60. Let's save. There we go. Those changes have been applied. Tap on networking. Okay, all IPv6 will be blocked. Okay, I want this unchecked. I do not use IPv6 on this box, because I do not care about IPv6. Okay, network interfaces. So here are some things. You're going to want to keep the defaults on this. Okay, you want to keep these hardware offloadings disabled by default. Okay, so you want to keep those defaults. We have reset all states. If WAN IP address changes, that is unchecked. So this is matching up. This is all matching up to a T right here. Let's save. Okay, we'll go into miscellaneous. Okay, that's all empty. I have Power D disabled. We have cryptographic hardware. We'll just keep that default. ASNI, Intel Core, that's fine. Kernel page table. I don't see that on the 1100. Okay. So our next thing after cryptographic is schedules. Right here. And for schedules, I do have this checked. Do not kill connections when schedule expires. Okay. So do not kill connections when schedule expires. Gateway monitoring. Do not kill states on gateway failure. Do not kill states on gateway failure. Do not create rules when gateway is down. Okay. So now that matches up. Okay. We'll go to RAM disk. Don't really care about RAM disk. Hard disk standby is always on. Netgate device ID. Yep. Save. Okay, so there's that. Now we have system tunables. I will worry about this later. There's some hardware tweaks you can do for your specific hardware. Notifications. I uncheck that. I will enable SMTP later. I have to get the credentials for it. I will take care of that label. Telegram, pushover, notifications, Slack. Okay. So everything in this has been done. We have boot environments. That's not going to really show you how much space you're using. We are using a ZFS-based boot environment. On the SG-1100 does not support ZFS boot environments. Cert manager is pretty self-explanatory. You can go in here. I will add the GTX CA later, and I will add a proper SSL certificate for the web GUI using cert deploy later on. So we'll skip that. We got general setup. So host name is lowercase pfSense. LAN GTXL.net. And then we got 10.0.0.5. And we got 10.0.0.5 add. Use remote DNS servers, ignore local DNS. That's correct. Then we have America, New York. Time service 10.0.0.5, English. Theme, you can add the dark theme. I'm not a big fan of the dark theme, I know. Unpopular opinion. Default no host name, 2. Active default alias. Login page color, you can change that. I like the dark gray. Show host name and login banner. Save. Okay, so there's a general setup. There we go. The changes have been applied successfully. Okay. So there's that. So general setup. We got high availability sync. This is if you're running a CARP environment. If you have 2 of these units, that's a good thing to have. I don't have that. It would be nice. We have package manager, which isn't going to really do anything since we don't have internet. So we'll have to skip that for now. But my installed packages are ARPing. So that's an ARP, does ARP pings. ARP watch, Nmap, and status traffic totals, which is VNstat. I'll have to install those when it has internet. Routing, it's not going to really show much because it hasn't pulled a IP from DHCP yet. None for IPv6, right? Because there's no IPv6 on this box. So we have automatic. Static routes, there's not going to be anything in there. Gateway groups, no. Okay. What else we got? So we had package manager, routing. Netgate firmware update. That's the update firmware. I believe it's not compatible with the 1541, so they shouldn't really show that as an option on 1541. You got setup wizard. You have update. Self-explanatory what update is. I will go in here and change the settings for update. It's going to take a while to load because it's going to try to check for an update in the background, but it's going to fail. But what I want to do is I want to change the update settings. It's going to take a while. It can't check for updates. It's going to take a little while. It should still load the page, though. What I changed in update settings is I just changed dashboard check. I disabled that. So, unable to check for updates, which the latest version is 2205. Click update settings. And right here. So right here, also has a boot environment. So since I'm using ZFS, I believe I'll take like a snapshot of your previous install, which is pretty cool, pretty kick-ass of ZFS. So right here, dashboard check, disable the dashboard auto update check. Let's save. That's what I want. There we go. Do we have anything else? We have the user manager, which I am going to have to configure that later. Let's see, settings. I guess we can go into settings for user manager. So we got admin, self-explanatory. You will want to come in here and change the password from the default value, which I will do that later. Settings, session timeout of 30. Local database. You want to use bcrypt. That's the most secure. Well, it's save. There we go. Authentication servers, that's if you're using like LDAP or something, which we're not, so I'm not too concerned about that. I could add the GTXL user in here. I mean, I should. I should add my SSH key in here too. bins. I'll have to do that later. So we got that done. I'll do the users later. Interfaces. We already did interfaces. That's all configured correctly. If you're looking at assignments, there's our assignments. You can see all our NICs are in there. Beautiful. So that's taken care of. Firewall. So first thing in firewall is aliases. And I do have some aliases I want to import. So how I'm going to import these is I'm going to use diagnostics, backup, and restore. Restore error aliases. We'll choose the config. Aliases, config final. And we'll hit restore. So aliases, config final. There we go. Configuration has been restored. And we click on aliases, and now they are in there. So force DNS, ICMP, ACL, and management ACL. Okay, so our next thing is NAT. So on NAT, I got quite a few port forwards in here. I'll have to take care of those. Yeah, I got port forward, outboard, rules, schedules, shaper, virtual IPs. So my first run is the DNS redirector. So we got port forward. We're going to create a new one. Okay, so LAN IPv4 TCP/UDP source. So if the source, host, or alias is force DNS, invert match, not a LAN address, destination, DNS, single host, 0.0.5. Direct DNS. NAT reflection. Disable. Rule. It'll add an associated rule. Okay. This will do LAN, IPv4, TCP, UDP, single host or alias, block, force DNS. So if it's not a LAN address, destination of DNS, it's going to force it to go to 10.0.0.5 DNS. Save. Okay. So what this does is there's some devices on my network that refuse to use the DNS servers I set in DHCP, which is my home server Jetstream. So there's Roku devices, even though you say, hey, use your DNS server, they will still use Google DNS. I don't want that. I want everything going to my DNS server for caching reasons and full control. So this right here will catch these. So as you can see right here, the Roku living room and Roku master bedroom, it will catch these going outbound if they're not matching a LAN IP address. And what it will do is it will send them to Jetstream for DNS lookups. So their queries will still be sourced going to 8888, but it will reroute to 10.0.0.5. So we're doing a little NAT reflection here. We're trying to catch the packets going outbound and reroute them. That's the power of pfSense, right? So I'm just making sure this is all correct here. Enabled. Okay. LAN, TCP, force DNS, source ports any, not a LAN address, 53 DNS, 10.0.0.5. JetStream DNS. Perfect. Okay, so our next one is for IRC. So we got WAN, IPv4, TCP. Destination of a WAN address. Okay, so there is JetStream IRC. I'm just going to make sure it matches up. WAN, TCP, any WAN address 6697.10.0.0.5, 6697, JetStream IRC. Cool. And now we have JetStream Nginx. Okay. 443. It's going to be WAN, IPv4, TCP, destination WAN address. We'll do HTTPS 10.0.0.5, HTTPS. JetStream Nginx, HTTPS. We'll just use system default. That's fine. Okay. Now we got to add port 80 as well. WAN IPv4, TCP, WAN address, HTTP, 0.0.5, HTTP. JetStream Nginx HTTP. Okay. LAN, force DNS. uTorrent. I don't really use uTorrent anymore, but I guess I might as well put it in here. WAN IPv4 TCP, TCP UDP, WAN address, destination of 31411, 31411, reroute it to 10.0.1.1, 31411. X99A uTorrent. I don't think I used advanced options on this. Let's save. Okay, so there's uTorrent. And then we got JetStream SSH. I should add an ACL for that. I don't know what stuff accesses it. I might want to enable logging on that. We'll enable it. I'm going to add an ACL to it later. Let's see. WAN, IPv4, TCP. Okay, 1-to-1 NAT, nothing on there. Outbound NAT. Outbound NAT's a different beast here. It's on automatic. We're going to change it to manual outbound. Hit save, apply. And we don't have any rules here. We're going to have to create a few of them. So the first thing we're going to need is we're going to need one. It's interesting it doesn't have any rules added in here. Maybe it's just because it hasn't pulled an IP address yet. So first one is a local host to WAN. So we got WAN IPv4 protocol any network 127.0.0.0/8. Destination of any address, interface address, static port, description, local host to WAN. Let's save. There's that. That looks correct. And that address is a WAN address. Okay. Would apply. Now I can't add my access modem yet because I have to add a VIP for it. We'll go ahead and add that right now under virtual IPs. Click add. On the WAN interface, we'll add an IP alias of 192.168.1.2 with a /24. Just name it access modem. So what this will do, this will allow me to access my modem behind the firewall. So you add it on your WAN interface. 192.168.1.2/24, save, apply. Now when I do my outbound NAT, outbound, it should work. So we got access modem. What next? Okay, so we got WAN IPv4 any, the source network of 10.0.0.0/23 port any, destination network of 192.168.1.0/24, and we're going to do it to access modem, static port. We'll name it access modem. Save. So this right here will allow me my LAN network to access my modem. Just like so. Next thing we have is our main LAN to WAN, which is our access to the internet. This is important. So we'll go into that, LAN to WAN. So we're going to add that. And the order does matter on these, by the way, too. So keep note of that. So we got WAN IPv4, protocol any, network of 10.0.0.0/23, port of any, with a destination of any. It's going to use interface address, which is your WAN IP, static port, and then access internet. There we go, LAN access internet. And then we have management access internet. We have to add that one as well. Okay, that's a 10.69.00.24 network. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, IPv4, Perkle any network. 10.69.0.0. 10.69. Let's see, we got WAN, IP4, any network. 10.69.0.0.24, destination of any. And then interface address, static port. And then we have management, access internet. Like that. Let's save. Now we can apply. So there is our outbound NAT rules that we have created. Okay? Just like that. I'm just going to look them over. WAN. 8 source. WAN address. Boom. Stack port. Local host to WAN. 10.0.0.0.23. 168.1.0. It's important your access modem goes above your default access. Otherwise, it's going to keep hitting this one instead of that one when you're going to the modem. The order that these in matters, by the way. Just a note. Okay. So there is our outbound NAT rules. MPT is for IPv6, so we don't need that. Okay. So we got our aliases have been done. We have our NAT, and now we have our main rules. Okay. So I'm going to do that. So rules. Then we have floating. So none in floating. We have some for WAN. So I'll click on WAN. And most of these are going to be your NAT rules, most of them. However, I want to add ICMP. I want to allow ICMP. So on the WAN interface, we're going to click add at the top. Ping ACL, allow ICMP. So we're going to say pass on the WAN, IPv4, ICMP, and I'm just going to say any with a source of ICMP ACL with a destination of WAN address. Okay, we're not going to log it. We're going to say allow ICMP. Just like that, no advanced options. It's really that simple. So pass, WAN, IP4, ICMP, any of them. Echo reply. If you just want to allow ICMP ping only, you have echo reply. Single host or alias, ICMP ACL, and then WAN address. Let's save. And notice how that adds it all the way at the top, which is what you're going to want. Okay? Beautiful. Okay. So we got the ping, we got the ICMP ACL has been added. Any of them. IPv4, ICMP, port, WAN, destination is WAN address, yes, port, gateway, none, oops, allow ICMP. Okay, so the next ones are going to be NAT. We have just your typical NAT ones. So the next thing I'm going to add is I'm going to, the rest are all NAT, and then we have a default block all logs. So you'll have a default block automatically at the end of the rule set. However, I want to do specific logging attributes, so I have a rule for that. We'll click on that. So we'll add that all the way at the bottom. Very important. We'll click block, disable WAN IPv4 any. Then we got block WAN IPv4 any. Source of any, destination of any, log packets that were handled by this rule. And then we have default block all log. And I have advanced on here. And what did I make advanced? There's something I made advanced. You know what it is? State type. State type right here, I have none. What else did I set? Gateway default schedule. That's what I did. State type none. Boop, 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 boop. Just make sure everything matches up. Yep. So there's our default block. We'll hit save. Apply changes. Now that matches up. Okay, so there's our WAN firewall rules. Just like so. Just make sure it matches up. Block. Advanced settings and logging. Yes. IP4 any, none. Blank default block all log. Beautiful. Okay, so now we'll go to LAN. Now in here you're going to have quite a few things, okay? So you're going to have our NAT rule in here, and we have our default allow LAN IPv6 any. We have our default allow LAN to anything, which that's all fine and dandy. We have our anti-lockout rule, which is to access this firewall, which I'm going to fine tune here later on. I'm going to disable this. I'm going to add a rule to allow access to the management ACL alias for the management IP address of the firewall. So I won't be accessing the firewall via 10.0.0.1. I'll be accessing it via 10.69.0.5, which is the management IP address of the firewall, because SSH and Nginx for pfSense will bind on that IP address as well. And I will firewall it out to only the ACL IPs for the management network will be able to access it. And this will be disabled. But that will come later. I can go ahead and add it right now and then delete this rule after the fact. So we have actions, and here you can disable it, but I want to copy it. So it has 443.80 and this IP address here. So I'm actually going to change this. I'm going to click at the top, and we're going to click pass. Actually, we're going to click block. Block. I'm going to do an invert match because by default we have an allow all. So you want to do an invert. So interface LAN. TCP. I think mostly it's all going to be TCP. We got HTTPS, HTTP, and SSH. Those are all TCP protocols. So we'll just keep it TCP. And at the source, does not equal so if the source does not equal management ACL, it's going to be blocked. Does that make sense? That's what we want. TCP. Actually, we'll do any. We don't want any traffic going to it. Actually. Wait, how do I want to do this? Let me figure out how I want to do this. I want to do it for the entire management network. So we're adding rules for the LAN interface right now, right? Yeah. Destination of management network. There we go. We'll just say limit management network. There we go. We don't want to invert that. Okay, so block it if it's coming from LAN, IB4 any. If it's not from the management ACL, it has a destination of management network. Block it. Save. There we go. And that should be at the top. We'll apply. Beautiful. That's how it should be. Okay. So this is how we lock down our management network. And I'll have to test that in theory, but it should work. Because see, you have a default allow LAN to any. That will allow you access to your other networks that you have. Because by default, pfSense automatically does the routing. So you have to add firewall rules to limit it. Does that make sense? So that right there limits it. Okay. And we have IPv6. I don't need IPv6. So default allow LAN IPv6 to any. We don't need IPv6. Is there a way to delete it? Maybe it won't let me delete it. IPv6. I don't want an IPv6 rule. Default allow LAN IPv6 to any. Delete. Oh, here we go. There we go. It was dragging. That's why it didn't stick. NAT4 Jetstream DNS. Now this right here, this has to be above. Does that make sense? Should I put it above that? Yeah, it'll work. That's fine. Okay. And when you move these, you have to click save for it to stick, and then click apply. Does that make sense? And that's how we're going to do it. I'll remove this rule later, the anti-lockout rule. That will be removed later. If you get locked out, what you could do is you can do a pf disable on the console. They'll disable the firewall, access the web GUI, add the rule. Okay. So I think that's all I need on the LAN network is the force DNS, the default allow LAN to any rule. Allow LAN to any. And then we have the NAT override, or the DNS override. Any protocol. If it's not on the management ACL, block it. Beautiful. And that should be logged. Log packets that are handled by this role. Yes. Yes, indeed. There we go. Because if somebody's trying to access your management ACL, you want to know that's getting hit. Okay? Beautiful. And we can test all this stuff later, which I will. LAN network to any. Okay. So I think all those are set. The anti-lockout rule will be removed later. Block equal to force DNS. And it's important that you have this above the default allow, because otherwise it's just going to keep hitting that and it'll use Google DNS. Make sense? Management network, I don't think we need anything on that. It can automatically access the internet, okay? What we might need it to do is access Jetstream. So our devices on the management network, they can probably talk to anything on the LAN network. So I'm going to have to figure out what rules I want to add for that. probably just allow the management network to only talk to internet and to Jetstream, because it needs to talk to Jetstream for DNS and NTP. It also needs to talk to the NTP server when we have the NTP server. So I'm just going to leave that default for right now. Yeah, LAN network, perfect. Okay, so our firewall rules have been added. I think all our rules are intact. We did our outbound NAT. We go in here, NAT, we did all that, our outbounds, our inbound port forwarding. We did all our firewall rules such as ICMP ping, or any ICMPs. Default block all log, yes. We did all that. So everything's been done there. We've got schedules, there's no schedules. That's if you want to enable certain firewall rules to be activated at certain times. Traffic shaper, I can do that later, not too concerned about it right now. It's only available on our WAN interface. That's interesting. It's not also available on the management interface. That's kind of interesting, right? Because the WAN and that makes sense. So the traffic shaper, the alt queue is only appearing for the IX interfaces, not the IXL interfaces. So that is interesting. Although that is perfect because you're only really going to do traffic shaping on your WAN anyway, so that's fine. Okay, that's good. Traffic shaper, virtual IPs. And we have our VIP in there, 192.168.1.2, 24 IP alias access modem. Perfect. So all of our firewall stuff is done now. Now we have our services. We have auto config backup. And you can go in here and you can enable this to automatically back up to Netgate, your configs. I might do that, might not. It's encrypted, they claim. Should be encrypted. I think it's encrypted with AES-256, not the command line. You can restore. Backup now. Gotta have internet for it though, which I don't have on this. Captive. We have ARPWatch, that's part of a package. That'll be installed later. Auto config backup, captive portal, that's disabled. Don't need it. DHCP relay. DHCP server is currently enabled. Can't act as relay. That's perfect. Now we have services DHCP server. So this is going to be configured via a backup. So we got for LAN and management. By default, DHCP server will be enabled on your LAN network. You have to enable it for the management. It will be enabled. It will show us an option for any interface that is configured via static. So if interface configured via DHCP, like your WAN interface, obviously the DHCP server is not going to listen on that. So we'll go to diagnostics, backup restore area, DHCP server, and we'll choose DHCPD config final. DHCP server, DHCP config final, restore. And there we go. Now we go into DHCP server. You can see it has all of our static mappings, and it would have taken a long time to do this manually. Okay. Server NTP server. RD stats. I increased the default lease times. For a LAN network, you're generally going to want these to have long lease times. If this is for like a hotel or whatever, or a restaurant where you got people coming and going all day long, where you can exhaust the pool very quickly, you'll have shorter lease times. So you will want to change the default and maximum leases depending on the application. Okay, if it's home use or even maybe business use, longer leases. If it's somewhere where you have a lot of churn, turnover, you're going to want shorter leases so you don't exhaust your DHCP pool. You could just make a wider pool, a wider subnet. Then you have a lot of ARP traffic, and you really don't want to have really, really wide networks if you can't help it, you know. If it's like a lab where you're constantly working on machines, swapping, you know, configuring machines, you're going to want to have short release time as well. DNS server is Jetstream. That's my home server. I use Power DNS for Cursor on my home server, which is a Debian server. But yep, 254, enable. Management network, 1069. By default, this is going to reject anything that's not been added since it's a management network. Okay. 8.8.8.8. Oh, that's just the old defaults. Management 604.800, 604 stack ARP, 0.5. And as you can see right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is missing because obviously you're not going to add a stack mapping for your pfSense box that's buying it statically. Ideally, on some of these things, such as pfSense IPMI, you're going to want to go in and set pfSense's IPMI to be static on the IPMI, because obviously it's not going to be able to pull an IP address from itself if it's not on. You know what I'm saying? If the box ain't on and booted in pfSense. So DHCP server should be all configured. That was very simple. We have DHCP v6 server. We want, this is the relay. We got that disabled. We got this disabled. Okay, so the DHCP v6 server is disabled because we don't have a static IPv6 address on any of the interfaces, which is good. DNS forwarder is going to be disabled because I am using my own local recursive caching resolver on my home server, which is running Power DNS for Cursor. So that's going to be unchecked. And this is just all going to be left default. So after DNS forwarder, we have DNS resolver. Now, this uses Unbound, which Unbound's all right. I prefer Power DNS for Cursor, which is why I run it on my own separate server on the local network. So I'm going to want to uncheck that to basically disable the DNS resolver. And you can just leave all this stuff defaults. So let's save, apply changes, and now Unbound should turn off and stop running and eating up RAM. Okay, let's see. I don't think there's anything in advanced that really matters because we're not using it. But usually if you do use Unbound, you want to have DNSSEC enabled as well. Okay. There's your ACLs for it if you are going to use it, so you can limit what networks can use it to resolve. So there's DNS resolver. Next one is dynamic DNS. This is if you have you're using a DNS service. So if you have a dynamic IP, it will update host name whenever your IP address changes. I don't use this, so we'll just keep it defaults. IGMP proxy, I don't use that. You may need to enable this if you use like IPTV. There's that IGMP proxy. NTP. Oh, this is where you're going to check what NTP server you are using. So interface LAN. So mine shows a drop down on my existing server, but this one shows this. Interesting. So LAN 10.0.0.5 prefer. It's a server. Okay. Let's see, maximum count 8 peers. Default. Enable RD graphs for NTP statistics. I want that enabled. Leap seconds. Auto. Hit save. There we go. Now NTP will just bind on the LAN interface, which is correct. Okay. ACLs. This mainly matters if you're going to have stuff query pfSense for NTV, which I don't have that happening. So we'll just leave the defaults. You could hook up a GPS receiver. Make this like a Stratum 1 server, but I'm going to have my own Stratum 1 NTP appliance on the network later on. Okay, PPOE server. This is if you need to run a PPOE server. This is mainly for ISPs and stuff, so you don't have to worry about that. SNMP. It's disabled by default, but if you use it, here's where you can enable it. So we'll keep that disabled. So we have UPnP disabled by default and for good reason. So don't have to change anything in there. We'll keep that disabled. You have Wake on LAN. In here you can configure devices you want to be able to control and wake up. So all the services has been configured. VPN. I don't have any VPN set up, so don't have to worry about that. Status, Capital, CARP, dashboard, DHCP leases, DHCP v6 leases. It's going to show that the bench is currently using an incorrect DHCP lease. So what I should do is I should sign out of this and fetch the right IP address for this workbench. I'm going to sign out. And I'm going to issue an IP config release and renew. And now I should pull, instead of an incorrect IP address, I should be able to pull the correct IP address. So as you can see, we pulled down the right IP address now, 10.013.255.255.255.40/23 network. I don't see DNS information in there, but DHCP should have gave it to us, so I'll check in here. Properties. Yep, DNS servers. 10.0.0.5. LAN.gtxl.net. That's correct. Now that we're on the correct IP address, now we'll log in. So as you can see right here, our LAN interface, 10.0.0.1, 255.255.255.0, 10 gigabit base, twin-ax, full duplex. Not showing flow control, which is good. Copper pigtail, SFP plus. The shows the SFP module right there. There's the part number I'm using, the date. So relatively new DAC cable. Relatively new, day after Christmas. Neat. Management interface has no carrier yet. WAN interface, no IP address on that yet either. So now if we go to status DHCP leases, we'll see that we're on the right IP. So we can delete this IP, this one. We don't need that. That's incorrect. That's invalid. There we go. So no leases are in use, which is correct because this is for non-mappings. Beautiful. So like I said, we got all those done. We got VPN. Nothing. Don't have anything to do with the VPN. T sec status cap portal. Don't have a captive portal enabled. CARP. No CARP has been configured. Dashboard DHCP leases. DHCP v6 leases. There ain't going to be any. You think it'd say, hey, it's not enabled, so there ain't going to be any. DNS resolver. It's disabled or stopped. Filter reload, that's where you can reload PF gateways. There ain't going to be any yet. Interfaces, we already saw what that looks like. Now, on some of these, you'll notice that it will say the MAC address vendor after it. That comes from if you have IMAP installed as a package. So if you install IMAP, it will show the MAC address vendor. IPsec, there shouldn't be anything in here. Monitoring, you can see now it's going to start doing RD graphs for stuff. Monitoring. NTP, it's unable to pull time yet. Open VPN, nope. Queues. Services, this is very important. Our depinger is not running. Probably because it doesn't have a WAN IP address yet, so it's not even going to bother running depinger. But DHCP, NTPD, SSH, and syslog. So Unbound's not running, which is good. System logs. So this I do want to configure correctly. So I have a syslog server. So I want to change how this works. So we'll go over to settings. And we're going to change this to syslog. And then GUI entries to 50. And I'm going to change all this stuff to what I have. So log message formats, syslog 50. Log packets match default block roles and role set as pass. Okay, so these two are unchecked, but these three are checked. Sure, all filter. Don't load descriptions. Disable writing log files to disk. Drain log entries when making changes to the configuration. Yes. So this right here is going to save your this will also disable login protection. What? What's it mean by that? Maybe it means it will log any logins out to syslog. I'll have to look what that means. Try log entries when making changes. Syslog. Okay. We'll go down. Log rotation. This stuff doesn't really matter. Just set that. It doesn't matter though. Send long message to remote syslog. Source address of LAN. IPv4. 10.0.0.5. Everything. Yep. Like that. LAN IPv4 10.0.0.5. So like I said, I have a syslog server running on Jetstream. And doing this will really save the really increase your longevity of your drive. Okay, and that's how you save that. And sometimes it will, if your syslog server is running and you're not receiving them, you'll come in here and just click this, and that will restart it and start spitting out the logs and stuff to your syslog server. So if you notice, hey, why ain't logging? Come in here and click that because it might be stuck. Sometimes you have to do this every time you reboot the system. Come in here and click that. That will fix that. So that is correct. And this will also clear all the local logs that are in here. So you can see some of these have logs and stuff. Yeah, that will be wiped out. And all go strictly to the syslog server. Okay. So I got system logs. Traffic graph, that's self-explanatory. There's not really going to be anything in here yet. Traffic totals, we don't have that on here yet. It's part of VNstat. UPnP, it's not going to show anything because it's disabled. So that's pretty much all that needs to be configured on this router. Got the ARP table. Sometimes it takes a little while to bring it up. All these are permanent because they're static mappings with static ARP. Table authentication, back restore, command prompt. Let's look up edit file, factory defaults, halt system, ping, reboot, route, smart status. You can see the smart status of your drive. Just has one. You can see right here our Samsung drive. It does see it. The firmware on it. One thing we should check also is if I SSH into this, we want to make sure that trim is enabled for ZFS. I'm not sure. Edit boot environment. Nope. Base version 2205. I'd probably have to SSH in and see the how that's configured. I'll check that here in a second. Anything else? I think mostly this is fully configured. It's ready to be put in the rack and dealt with. Routes, there ain't going to really be much yet. District default routes. Activity. Got plenty of RAM available, guys. Tables, test port, trace routes. Awesome. I think she's ready to be put into service. As you guys can see, here's our nbuff usage. I might bump this to I don't know what this is. Is this 1 million? It looks like a million. I might bump that to 2 million. We got plenty of RAM in this system. Load average is low, CPU usage is low. Look at our RAM usage. We ain't gonna have problems with that. But just because this has a bunch of Intel NICs, I might bump that to 2 million. We got our ZFS right here. And there's our different data sets. It's pretty cool. Yeah, let's match this up with mine. Okay, so I ran a zpool get all pfSense. This is going to tell me what they have configured here for the zpool. Auto expand is off, so I want to turn that on. If you're running the mirror and you want to upgrade the total size of the mirror later on, if you turn auto expand on, you can do that. Seeing that there's trim on here. I don't see auto trim. ZFS version. Trim. I don't see trim in here. So yeah, as far as pfSense has been pretty much fully configured. The next step is going to be halting the unit. I'm gonna before I do that, I'm gonna check to make sure that fan is still spinning, that second one, and feel the low noise adapter. Make sure it's not too hot. Then we'll get this unit racked into the rack. The hell? It's offset. Okay. The case is fully screwed back on the unit. Couple more things I gotta do before I fully put it into the rack. Gotta add one more DHCP mapping to it, and I want to add my user into here as well and change the default password on the system. So I'll do that as well. A couple more things I have to do on the system, but other than that, we are moving along pretty well. So I'm going to disconnect this from, log out of that IP. Save that. GHB release time. Okay, guys, the part we've all been waiting for. It's time to rack the XG-1541 into the server rack. So the first thing I'm going to need to do is go get my cage nuts and cage screws. This can take 6, but all you really need is 4. The depth on this isn't very deep. In fact, I never did measure the depth, so why don't I do that right now? Yeah, the depth is pretty much exactly 10 inches deep. Now with the stick out, the little, what do you want to call them, the handles, you're talking a little over 11 inches. Okay, so that's the clearance you guys got. These stick out about 1.5 inch from the bracket. The handles do. 1.5, 2 inch to be safe. Power consumption was still running around about 37 watts when I was in it configuring it. So you're using about 40 watts. Not too bad at all. That was on the kilowatt meter, and it was around what, 90% power factor correction. So not too bad on efficiency either. So let me go ahead and get my cage nuts and cage screws that came with my Triplite server rack, and we are going to install this into the rack. I'll have to take off the side panel because I won't be able to hold it from the bottom because I got other stuff in the rack. I'll show you guys the rack here in a sec. So as you guys can see, there's the server rack it's going to be going into. We already got some of our networking gear in there. Well, most of the networking gear. Got our main core switch, our PoE switch, and our management switch. And we got our cable management arms. So we're going to be putting this bad boy into the server rack. So let me go ahead and get the cage nut screws for it. So I got my cage nuts and cage screws over there. I don't know how you guys can see that on the camera. What's nice is the ones that come with my Triplite server cabinet. They're black, so it's going to match well with this this chassis here. It's gonna look pretty nice. So next thing I gotta do is take off that side panel because it is going to be in my way. Oh, my favorite part, messing with that damn side panel. So there we go. Side panel has been removed. We are ready to install the XG-1541 into the rack. And I gotta tell you guys, I am excited. So I don't know how well you guys can see that on camera, but the existing Netgate pfSense router is in there. The SG-1100 blinking away, doing its thing. Time to be upgraded. Okay, so the first thing that has to be done is we have to put in our cage nuts. Okay, so you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let me go ahead and do that. Probably be best if I didn't have these gloves on, but it is what it is, and it's going to be harder to get to them with this this in the way. I might have to install them from the back end. Hard to get to. There we go. They're definitely harder to install when you have stuff in your way, blocking you. So now, we'll put her in. What the hell? Now that is fucking bizarre. Where did it go? Not too shabby. And just like that, the XG-1541 is installed. One of my cage screws, it's so bizarre, and maybe I'll overlay a picture I take of the screw later. It's completely filled in, so when I was trying to screw it in, I couldn't get my screwdriver in it. So that is fucking crazy. That was bizarre. And then I kept dropping my screws trying to get the bottom one on here. Because I was taking my hand, you got to hold this up because it wants to slop. You got to hold it up, make it flush. Kept dropping them, so I'm going to have to get a flashlight and find the two I dropped and retrieve them. But I'll get you guys some close-ups of the unit and also the side and the rear view so you guys can see what that looks like in rack. But she's installed. So I don't know how well you guys can see that. That is what it looks like in the rack. Pretty nifty, right? I'll get you guys a full-on straight angle so you guys can see what that looks like as well, along with side angles. So guys, there is a straight-on view. You can see the existing networking infrastructure. If I slowly zoom in, you guys can see You guys can see the Netgate XG-1541 up there in the rack. Look at that. Pretty clean. And because I know you guys will be curious what it looks like on the side, that's what it looks like. Like I said, not very deep. That's a close-up. You can see it right there at the top. Right there. Try to tighten it very well so we don't have too much slop on it. Not bad. And I'm not sure how well you guys are going to see from back in here because it's a little darker, but you guys can see it up at the top there. That's what she looks like inside the rack. Right there. So, next order of business will be connecting all the cables and stuff. So, that's going to be fun. But first, I'm going to look for those 2 cage nut screws that I dropped and find those and retrieve them. And I'll get everything prepped for installing cables. Okay, guys, let's talk Ethernet cables. So, for the Ethernet cables, I did something the average person doesn't do. I got myself real Ethernet cables. Now let me explain. The majority of Ethernet cables out there don't actually meet their rated specs. So say they're like a Cat6 cable. Well, if you put them on a Fluke DTX 1800, which is about a $13,000 certification tester, a lot of these cables that you buy, whether it be Monoprice, Amazon, Belkin, what have you, Ethernet cables will fail the rated spec. A lot of them end up failing Cat 5 or Cat 5e. So, these right here are certified Ethernet cables from Blue Jeans Cables. This is a company out in Seattle, Washington. They hire American workers to make these cables and terminate them using Belkin twisted pair cable. Really good, and they do really good termination work as well. So each one of these cables you buy, they individually test each one with a Fluke DTX 1800, which is about a $13,000 unit, to make sure that these pass the rated spec. Now there's 2 different specifications. There's the one from TIA and the ISO spec. The ISO one is the most strict one. And the majority of cables fail TIAs. So if it can't even pass TIA, I mean, that's pretty bad. But most of Blue Jeans cables, Ethernet cables, pass ISO, the even stricter one. So these are all Cat 6A certified cables, and they each come with their own report. And this is right here. This is quality workmanship. These cables, if you see them in real life, you can tell. They're awesome. So that's what they look like. Each one has its own individual test done on it. That's some real high quality assurance right there. So I'm not going to dive too much into it in this video. It's a topic for another video at another time. I plan on down the road getting my hands on one of these testers and testing various cables for myself. And I think that'd be a very interesting video. Now, the majority of cables, they'll probably do 1 gig just fine. But when you start getting into doing 10 gig, 40 gig, etc., or doing very, very long runs that require PoE, such as security cameras, WAPs and stuff for enterprise, you don't want skip. You want to have real Ethernet cables. So anyway, this is what I'm going to be using for the Ethernet cables. Most of the Ethernet cable stuff is going to be for PoE devices and the management network, iDRAC, IOL, stuff like that. Because most of my network is going to be over SFP plus. Okay. So this is going to be the Ethernet cables. This is going to be the green one right here. That is my main WAN cable. green for internet, right? All the red Ethernet cables are going to be for the management network. So if you see a red Ethernet cable, that means it's management device, such as iDRAC or IPMI. White are end client units, so stuff that doesn't have an SFP Plus port on it available, like a laptop or the mini workbench PC. So this is for client devices. That's what white is. And then orange is for security cameras. Okay. So this is just some of the cables. There's going to be plenty more later on down the road as I get the network done, because the network's not anywhere close to being done. We're just getting started. For the DAC cables, I'm going to have one DAC cable that is going to link the pfSense router with the core switch. Okay, and this is just a direct attach cable from FS, and it's basically, I already explained the model earlier, but it's an Intel coded direct attach 10 gig cable. Okay, so I got a short one and I got a slightly longer one. This is going to link the pfSense router to the management switch. The second one is. So yep, 2 DAC cables, and it does work. We connected it earlier to the Supermicro XL710 card into a MikroTik switch, and the MikroTik and the 10 gigs NIC accepted the DAC cable. So awesome. So it is compatible between MikroTik and the NIC I chose. I'm going to label all these cables, and also I'm going to scan all these reports into PDF files and put an identification number on each one on the cables as well, so I can, anytime I can pull up a report for a cable. I'm not just going to throw all them reports away. I think that's pretty cool. So I'll be scanning all those in. I have a label maker right here that can label cables as well. And I just use these. They're just little zip ties with a label that you can put on Ethernet cables and DAC cables and what have you. So let me go ahead and open up one of these. Why don't I open up the main WAN cable, because I'm going to need to use that. So there's my main WAN cable. This thing, it's very stiff, very high quality. This termination work is top-notch termination work. Like, this is enterprise grade shit right here. This really is. And it says right on it, Blue Jeans cables. This is the Belden's bonded pair. And this right here, this is certified for Cat 6A. If you're going to be pushing 10 gig all day long, this cable will definitely do it. So here's the report. I might throw up an overlay of this report because I'm going to scan it in later. But as you guys can see, quality stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and label this. And get it ready. Okay, so to not waste space on these label makers, what I do is I type out each one and put a space. We'll hit print. Feed OK. Then cut. Because if you print out each one, you're gonna lose a lot of your I don't know how you guys can see that on camera. You're gonna lose a lot of your paper. There we go. Turn it off. We got our labels. We can just cut them and put them on. Pretty self-explanatory how I did that, but as you guys can see, not much to it. That's how these work. You can also label the cable how you want. What I might do is on the other side of the label, instead of having to use 2 on each, I can put what the cable is. So I'll put WAN and put that on there. But right there, identifiers. And of course you can put another label on the other side, on the other end. I won't put the ETH001 on each side, but as long as it's on the cable, I know I can go back anytime, pull up the PDF report for this cable, and it's in the system. So, not necessary, but hey, not every day you get a full report on your Ethernet cable, right? So, I'm going to go through each one of these cables and prep some of them, and we'll start putting them in the rack and wiring some of this stuff up. Okay, guys, so as you can see, there is the Netgate XG-1541 in the server rack, and guess what? It has been running in production for a little over a year and a half. I was really debating, should I post this video? And here it is at the end of July of 2024, and I made this video originally back in December of 2022, and I held off on posting this video because I just didn't think the video was up to my standards. We had a lot of issues with this unit. I had a lot of frustrations with it. And mainly that's just some of my choices ended up coming back and biting me in the ass, such as updating the BIOS, pulling out the power supply, putting in SATA SSDs to put them in a ZFS mirror, just stuff that I guess you weren't really intended to be doing with this unit. You're just supposed to just install it as is and run it. But, I want to do some upgrades and do some things to it. It is a 1U Supermicro server, so you think you'd be able to do some stuff. But overall, once the unit has been running, it's been running in production for a year and a half. I haven't had really any issues with it. The thing's been solid. The web GUI is very snappy. Out of all the pfSense routers I've had, and I've had other Netgate appliances such as the XG-1000 and the 1100, and my brother, I believe, has the 3100. I have to say, this one is snappy because you're talking much more powerful CPU, much more resources available, an enormous amount of RAM. The unit has been great, okay? My only really cons with it is mostly, doesn't really have to do with Netgate other than Netgate stiffened the price, but I can understand in the application. This is not designed, it's not really intended for the residential consumer market. This is more considered for corporate and enterprise. So them paying, $3 or $4 grand a pop for a firewall or a router appliance, a networking appliance, is pocket change. Whereas, they get like a Cisco ASA in there or whatever, or a Juniper, or any other type of firewall or high-end core router, it's going to set them back 10, 15, 20 grand. So it's a steal for what it is. It's community-based software sponsored by a company, Netgate, running on commodity hardware. So you get a lot of, it's much more cheaper. But yeah, that's why Netgate can price these as they can price them, because they're not really designed for me. They're designed for banks, hospitals, Fortune 500 companies, stuff like that, Fortune 1000 companies. So I can forgive Netgate a little bit on the price, but looking at it, there's a pretty good profit margin that they're charging on these units, I have to say. But no, most of my complaints weren't with Netgate. They were mostly with Supermicro and the design of this server. There was a lot of, I think, design flaws. Wasn't a fan of that power supply and all the cables like that, the spaghetti, and it's just the clearance issues in it, and it doesn't have redundant power supplies. Well, since I originally filmed this video, this unit has actually now been superseded. There's a successor. Netgate recently released the Netgate 8300, and the new 8300 is now the flagship model. This right here, the 1541, that I had high praises about, and I still do. It's a very powerful appliance, and it will be able to do 10 gig internet connections. But they now have released a new flagship, of course, right? Of course. I mean, they had the 1541 for years and years, right? I didn't even think they were ever really going to replace it, at least not anytime soon. But now they have released the Netgate 8300, okay? And this actually has redundant power supplies, and it's not a Supermicro server. It's not a Dell. It's not an HP. It's actually a purposely built appliance, networking appliance from Marbella. It's a Marbella 1U networking appliance series, and it's using the new Intel D1700 processors, the 4, 8, and 10 core ones. So much newer CPU, redundant power supplies, a lot more NICs, stuff like that. So this video is about the 1541. It's not about the 8300, but I thought I would mention it because if you watch this video, I was saying, hey, this is their flagship unit. This is the best one. Well, now it has been replaced. Okay, there is a new flagship, the 8300. Now, it starts out at $3,300 base. That's 16 gig of RAM and 512 gig storage. Okay, and then the max is 32 gig of RAM, 512 gig storage for $4,000. So, just as expensive, maybe just a hair more expensive. Will I be getting the 8300? I don't know. Right now, in the foreseeable future, no. It is on my radar, though. Okay? I might be getting it. And yes, I will try to buy it directly from Netgate this time. I know the people over at Netgate. I know Jim Thompson. I know people over at Netgate. And I do want to give them my full support. You know, I bought appliances from them before. My brother has. My friends have. So I may buy the 8300. Will it be this year, next year, the year after? I don't know. It may be a few years down the road after I get some other stuff put in the server rack. Like I'm saying, the 1541 is already well enough for my needs in the future when I get full symmetrical fiber to the premise and get business class fiber to the premise. But this unit right here will already do 10 gigs, so I don't really need a new one. I like the redundant power supplies. What I don't like about the 8300 though is the redundant power supplies are on the front as opposed in the back. I don't know if I want to be routing power cables and stuff into the front of the unit. I think that kind of looks kind of tacky. But that's a drawback. Another thing about the 8300 I see is it has, looks like seven fucking fans in the back of this thing. Like, it's either 7 or 8. I don't see a rear photo. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, seven fans. Because the 2 that's in my 1541 aren't fucking loud enough. I mean, this unit isn't that loud. Let me get you straight. The 1541, I'm in this room. It's not that loud. It's quite quiet for a one-use server. I mean, you can hear it. I wouldn't want this to be in my bedroom. But if you're in here working or doing something, it's negligible. It's pretty low. It's no louder than having a regular fan on, honestly. I mean, I can point the mic at it and you guys can hear. It's not that loud. If you're actually sitting in here, it's not that loud. And like I said, you also have switches and stuff in there, radiating sound as well. So it's really no louder than that PoE MikroTik switch. I think the PoE MikroTik switch might actually be a tad louder, especially when I start having some cameras and stuff plugged into it and start to get some power draw. But anyway, I digress. So the 1541 actually has recently entered EOS, end of sale. So what this means is Netgate will no longer be selling it. That doesn't mean they're going to stop supporting it or providing updates. I mean, shoot, this is just a regular x86-based CPU server. You know what I'm saying? So it will always be supported. It's not like a proprietary or special CPU architecture or anything, or with special hardware. As in the case of like the SG-1100, stuff like that, right? This is x86. I mean, you're going to be able to run whatever you want on it. So that's not going to be an issue. Netgate is not going to end support for this. They still support it. They're just not selling it anymore. What a bummer. So I made a video on appliance. I held off on posting the video because I thought, there was a lot of issues and stuff. Maybe I shouldn't post it. But you know what? I'm like, I might as well post it because there was some interesting stuff in it, right? And nobody's covered this unit. You think Lawrence Systems, all the appliances he covers and stuff, and his relationship with Netgate, he would have covered it, but he never did. So I covered it. But it went EOS. The 1541 is now end of sale. Netgate is no longer selling it. So if you want to buy it, you either pick up a non-badged Netgate one, that's just a regular Supermicro one, or find it on eBay like I did, right? So if you still want a 1541, that is your solution. Netgate might still have some in stock, but once they run out of stock, like I said, they're not going to be selling them anymore. Now, they do list an EOL date of 2027, June 15th of 2027. So, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's 3 years. Yes, I can do math. So, they're still giving this a 3-year lifespan. Now they're saying EOL. Now I am very curious about this. This is x86. There's nothing really special happening. After 2027, can we still get pfSense updates? Can we still run? You can still run pfSense on it, right? Are we still gonna have pfSense Plus? So I'm gonna have to ask, well, Netgate, hey, what's going on with this EOL end of life? What happens when it's EOL? So it says end of life will typically occur within 1 to 3 years after the EOS date. But I don't know what that entails. Like I said, I would venture to say there's no reason this can't keep getting updates. And there shouldn't be any reason why this can't just keep running pfSense Plus after 2027. So hopefully they keep pushing updates for it and they don't try to like block it or whatever, because that'd be pretty stupid. This, like I said, it's just typical AMD 64 based processor. Well, it's an Intel, but you know what I'm saying, x86. So yeah, that is interesting. But anyway, guys, I mumbled on long enough. This unit has been in production for over 1.5 years. It's running right now. I don't know if you guys can see it here at the top, but here it is at the top. Netgate. It's blinking. It's doing things, right? It's plugged into the network. It is currently the firewall and router. Let me guys get you a close-up view. There, that's a little closer. As you can see, you got 10 gig multi-mode fiber. One is going to the core MikroTik switch. Is that on camera? Yes, it is right here. The core MikroTik switch. That is a 24-port 10 gig SFP switch. I'll be running 10 gig fiber to each room, and they will be going to switches in each room with a 10 gig uplink via fiber. But here is the Netgate XG-1541 in the rack. We have a Cat6a certified Cat6a Ethernet cable, patch cable, going to the modem. That's from Blue Jeans Cable. That's a real Ethernet cable right there. It's extremely fucking thick. It's hard to route through this cable bracket. I don't like that. That's one con of having high quality. It's too high quality. It's too high quality. The thing is like a power cable for a fucking house. It's like, it's ridiculous how thick, and even the boot on it is so freaking ridiculous. I feel like it's gonna bust off the RJ45 connector on the 1541 there, but I digress. But we got a 10 gig multi-mode fiber. I'm using Intel coded SR10 FS modules. They're Intel coded SFP modules, SFP Plus modules. And I have a second 10 gig multi-mode fiber going to the management switch. And there is going to be a third one being added here soon down the road. I'm going to add a guest network, and I'm going to start doing some VLANs. I'm going to start segmenting some stuff with VLANs. So there's going to be a second one happening as well. And then, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. There it is. It's running in production. It's chewing away, pushing roughly 2 terabytes a month, maybe a little bit less, a little bit north. But yeah, guys, it's been just chewing away. It's been great. I have had this funny issue with it, though. Initially, I was getting memory errors popping up, like memory errors in syslog, because I use syslog, so it spits out to my home server, and then it spits it out onto an IRC log channel to where I can monitor the firewall logs real time, like keep an eye on the firewall logs, and also monitor when people connect to network because of DHCP. I'll say, hey, boop, Ben's iPhone 15 Pro connected at this time, has this IP address, this is the lease time. It spits everything out via syslog, right? I don't store logs on the local disk. I spit them out to my home server over syslog. And I was occasionally seeing memory errors popping up sporadically when I first put this into service back in December of 2022. And that happened for a couple of months sporadically. Now, this has ECC RAM. So ECC corrected it. If it's just a 1-bit flip, it will correct it. Now, if it's 2-bit, well, then it will crash, which that would be pretty rare. But I was seeing these sporadic memory errors. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, is this biting me in the ass again? Is one of those Samsung modules bad? I did a MIM test, right, when I first installed the thing, and it didn't report any issues. Is it just Supermicro's memory controller being finicky or dumb? Is one of the DIMM slots bad? And if one of the RAM modules is bad or DIMM slots are bad, ECC is basically just covering its ass, correcting the error, right? But get this. After a couple months of running it, dead silent ever since. Haven't seen any memory errors pop up in syslog at all. So I'm like, okay, it fixed itself. Maybe it was just a temporary interference issue, electrical noise from something. I don't know. But it went away. I'm glad it went away. Like I said, I should have pulled it out and fully tested all the the DIMM slots, manually. Let's test this DIMM slot. Oh, no errors. Let's test this DIMM slot. Let's swap out modules. There's proper ways to test the RAM and all the DIMM slots and stuff to see if there's actually a hardware failure, right? I didn't do that because this is a production unit. The system wasn't crashing. ECC was fixing itself. And I don't know, out of nowhere, it just fixed itself. It has not happened for over a year. No, just dead silence. So, okay. But anyway, guys, this has been a long video. I am going to wrap this up now. I just want to let you know it has been succeeded. The 8300. Maybe down the road I will have an 8300. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching.